Now that I see that YouTube is live, checking 1, 2, 3, 4. Welcome everybody. We will be starting in about 14 minutes, so just hold tight. Thank you.
Hello, good morning. I'm
Good
Sadia.
day.
Hi, morning, Sadia. Welcome.
Hello.
So wonderful to have you.
Thank you very much. That's exactly what I think about all of you. That is wonderful to have you all of
Yeah,
you today. Thank you. Thank you for accepting this invitation. This is excellent. And for
you're welcome.
organizing too. For
Thank
organizing.
you very much.
And
We know that you have a very busy schedule, so you might have to leave at 1 o'clock, but we thank you for the time you have set aside for today.
That is correct. I will leave at 1. I do have another event in at 1, and I will have the opening remarks too. And but I will be in this event because I'm most interested in this topic. I will be during the morning, well, morning here, where
Mm-hmm.
I am, and until 1 o'clock. But thank you for mentioning it. I appreciate
Excellent.
it.
Thank you. Have a wonderful day.
You too.
Adil, can you check your voice because the voice is low?
Raw, you're saying something?
Yeah, can you check with the voice? It is low.
Oh, you mean my audio?
Yeah, audio.
Hmm.
no, actually, his audio sounds okay to us.
Might be your connection, Raw.
This is Jeffrey here. I have a question
Yeah.
for
Then it's okay.
some of the technical folk. Are we turning on the Q&A feature for questions? Or it sounds like we're just going to use the chat for questions.
Hey Jeffrey, it's Casey. We're just going to use the chat. This isn't the ARC account doesn't have webinar at the moment, so we're having to use the regular chat style. This account doesn't have the webinar feature.
Okay, thank you. I just used that feature for the first time the other day, so I'm super proud of my Zoom technical chops here.
All right. So this is the 5-minute warning.
Hey, Claire, just remind you, don't forget to record.
That's probably a really good idea.
Yeah, I'm doing it my end anyways.
Yep.
Just
Okay, we're at 9 o'clock. So Cordell,
From Kingston, Jamaica, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you are in the world. Welcome to AI for IA, Artificial Intelligence for Information Accessibility, in observance of the International Day for Universal Access to Information. This event is hosted by the UNESCO Information for All program through its working group on information accessibility in collaboration with the Cool Institute for Advanced Studies at the University of Alberta, Canada, and the International Center for Information Ethics. It is organized under the auspices of the UNESCO Cluster Office for the Caribbean and the UNESCO Regional Office for Southern Africa. My name is Cordell Green, Executive Director of the Broadcasting Commission of Jamaica and an IFAP Vice Chair, and it is my privilege to moderate the opening session. Without further ado, I am very pleased to introduce the newly appointed Director of the UNESCO Caribbean Office to make her remarks. Sadia Sanchez is UNESCO's representative for Antigua and Barbuda, Bahamas, Barbados, Belize, Dominica, Grenada, Guyana, Jamaica, St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Suriname, and Trinidad and Tobago, as well as the associate member states of Anguilla, Aruba, British Virgin Islands, Cayman Islands, Curacao, Montserrat, and St. Martin. She's a sociologist and holds a PhD in Library and Information Studies from the University of California, Berkeley. There is so much more to be said about her, so I invite you to read her bio, which is posted in the chat. Director Sanchez, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, distinguished participants, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It is with great pleasure that on behalf of the UNESCO Cluster Office for the Caribbean, I welcome all of you, panelists and participants in this event. Artificial intelligence for information accessibility. The theme that gathers us today couldn't be more relevant and more crucial to celebrate the International Day for Universal Access to Information. This International Day was proclaimed by the 74th session of the United Nations General Assembly in October 2019, and previously proclaimed by the UNESCO General Conference in 2015. The specific theme for the EDUI in 2020 and 2020 is saving life, building trust, bringing hope. The extraordinary challenges that we have been facing during the past half year of the COVID-19 pandemic have demonstrated how fragile our achievements in pursuit of the 2030 agenda are. The crisis has shaken our health systems, our economies, our education systems to their foundations. It has wiped out the livelihoods of people in entire sectors and has exacerbated the gaps of inclusiveness, accessibility, and polarization in our countries. Unfortunately, the Sustainable Development Goals are at risk. Notably, one element has been decisively placed at the center of the pandemic scenario: information. The context of high uncertainty in the face of COVID-19 has generated more than ever the need for certainty and trusted information, with an emphasis on guarantees and the exercise of communication rights, access to quality, verifiable, and reliable information. Access to information has emerged as one of the most critical aspects to ensure healthy behaviors and safe life, while strongly claims for fairness, accountability, and transparency. With the pandemic exposing profoundly already existent inequalities, we need to strengthen our role in promoting universal access to information and knowledge. In the words of Ms. Audrey Azoulay, the Director General of UNESCO, this commitment will only be effective if it is truly universal and in line with the goals set by the states in the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. It must leave no one behind. This is why we urge governments to adopt access to information legislation and to strengthen the implementation of such guarantees where these already exist. Digital technologies are the fastest spreading technology ever. And at the heart of the digital transformation, artificial intelligence is developing at a great speed and entirely impacting our daily life. Despite the current and actual digital divide, it is undeniable that artificial intelligence has the potential to be a powerful force to widen and assist in achieving access to information for all. But if AI is not guided by a sound ethical framework, principles, and values, it can also cause a serious harm to humanity. Indeed, artificial intelligence can influence human thinking and decision making, and therefore greatly impact our societies and ecosystems. All, i.e., AI raises ethical concerns, including but are not limited to biases that can be further exacerbate inequalities, exclusion, and even pose threats to human rights. This is quite important. It could pose threats to human rights. It also raises ethical questions on the ownership of data, privacy, access to information, and freedom of expression, as well as its role in social, economic, and political processes. At UNESCO, we advocate for a humanistic and value-based approach to artificial intelligence. We firmly believe that there is an urgent need for ensuring fairness, inclusiveness, transparency, and accountability on the workings of algorithms and their use of data. In the Caribbean sub-region, the rise of artificial intelligence is not an exception. Its rapid introduction and uptake give it great potential to address some of the Caribbean most pressing development challenges and supporting small island developing states in the implementation of the Samoa pathway. For example, its introduction into different commercial aspects of tourism, which is so important in the Caribbean. One of the most important economic drivers for small island developing states can significantly impact the relationship between tourist, destination, and ultimately profitability. Furthermore, artificial intelligence could be employed to make quality health services more accessible enhance agricultural productivity, while also contributing to understanding climate change, reducing marine pollution, and contributing to a large-scale action aimed at preserving the environment. On the other hand, increased use of artificial intelligence systems and technology may cause a disruptive effect to the Caribbean labor market, with automation impacting employment. This meeting also falls within the framework of the Caribbean Artificial Intelligence Initiative, launched by the Caribbean Cluster Office in 2019 in collaboration with the Broadcasting Commission of Jamaica and the UNESCO Information for All program. The purpose of this initiative is to raise awareness and promote reflection on the opportunities and challenges that artificial intelligence and its correlated technologies posed in the Caribbean small island developing states. It comprises a series of multidisciplinary webinars and on a humanistic approach to artificial intelligence in the Caribbean, which are scheduled to take place later this year as well. Through the Caribbean Artificial Intelligence Initiative, we hope to continue driving UNESCO's leading role in the field of artificial intelligence and its application in education, sciences, culture, communication, and information in Caribbean seas. Ladies and gentlemen, for all these reasons, the issues around artificial intelligence and information accessibility are also of high importance to small island developing states that are faced with specific development challenges and vulnerabilities. We believe that the multidimensional views and your combined expertise will be valuable for ensuring that the realities of the Caribbean small island development states are adequately considered when we discuss the different angles and issues regarding artificial intelligence and information accessibility. Just to conclude, I would like to express our appreciation to the IFAP Working Group on Information Accessibility for hosting this conference and to the Kuhl Institute for Advanced Studies, CAIAS, at the University of Alberta, Canada, and the International Center for Information Ethics for partnership with UNESCO in this effort. We look forward to the outcomes of this enriching meeting, as well as to engaging with you within the framework of the Information for All program and the Caribbean Artificial Intelligence Initiative. I wish you all a very successful meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Director Sanchez, for your words. Welcome to the Caribbean. We know that you are no stranger here, and you're going to have a very successful tenure, and you have our entire support. Thank you so much.
Thank you so kindly.
We welcome not just those of you here on Zoom, but those as well who have joined us via the YouTube channel. Welcome to AI for IA. The next speaker is Professor Hubert Hyson. He has an established career of over 37 years in both academics and international cooperation in a range of senior functions, including full professor, diplomat, and several other capacities. He is the director of the UNESCO Multisectoral Regional Office for Southern Africa. In this capacity, he serves as the UNESCO representative to Botswana, Eswatini, Lesotho, Malawi, South Africa, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. And you can read more about his illustrious career in the chat. Professor Hyson, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, MC. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, can hear you clearly.
All right. Let me then proceed. First of all, dear colleagues, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very happy to join you. A very good morning, afternoon, or evening from wherever you are connected. A good day to all of you on this 28th day of September, which, as my colleague already indicated, has been proclaimed by the UN General Assembly as the International Day for Universal Access to Information. The global theme adopted for this year is access to information, saving lives, building trust, bringing hope. Now, that clearly provides a reference to the right to information in times of crisis, and especially to the COVID crisis, which we are witnessing globally. And this particular webinar further zooms in to focus on the theme of artificial intelligence for information access. I like the short version of it, AI for IA, very catchy. Thanks for whoever invented this. Congratulations, actually. Let me start my remarks by reminding that access to information is not just a privilege. It is in fact a fundamental right covered by Article 19 of the 1948 Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And I think we must remember this, especially in times of crisis. In these times of COVID, but in fact during any crisis, it is essential that we put the fundamental freedoms first. I refer to press freedom, freedom of expression, but also the freedom of access to information. The general public and also specific groups in the health sector, in government, the policy makers, and decision makers, they're all hungry for information. And especially in times of COVID, news must be fact-checked. It needs to be quality information, and news needs to be verified. I would say because this and misinformation spreads even faster than the virus itself. And we have all heard about the wild speculations on nasty chemicals that would work against the virus. You just have to inject it, or you have to take it and consume it, or even about conspiracy theories about COVID-19. Now, this is very dangerous, in particular in times of a crisis. It can lead to serious harm to individuals. It can lead to panic and chaos, or worse, it could lead to geopolitical tensions or even wars, who knows. And therefore, there is a need to ensure quality information that is relevant to the subject and also is trustworthy and reliable. It is also important to reinforce fact-checking in addressing mis- and disinformation. And this calls for investigative journalism and media and information literacy. Here also the specific theme of this webinar comes in, artificial intelligence. And I would say artificial intelligence could help to identify fact-check information on a massive scale. Now, as you know, this is done, trying to do this manually, which is very difficult. So to do this using artificial intelligence, and also to provide then references to reliable sources of information, background information on the respective subject. For instance, in these days, COVID. Dear colleagues, with these introductory remarks, allow me now to read the official message of the UNESCO Director General, Ms. Audrey Azoulay, on the occasion of the 2020 International Day for Universal Access of Information. And I start her remarks now. In a world where COVID-19 has caused chaos and complexity, access to reliable and verified information is more important than ever. Information is essential for encouraging healthy behaviors and for saving lives. Rumors and inaccurate information can be as lethal as viruses. In the words of Antonio Guterres, the UN Secretary General, and I quote, "In the face of this lethal disease, we must do our utmost to halt deadly misinformation." End of quote of the UN Secretary General. We know what we need to do to bring this about. As these last few months have shown, public health requires transparency, whether this means statistics on the scale of the pandemic or data on public spending. Access to accurate and trustworthy information ensures accountability for actions undertaken in response to the challenges caused by the virus as the global community works to build back better. In this context, 28 September, which marks the first celebration of the UN International Day for Universal Access to Information since its proclamation by the 74th session of the UN General Assembly, it is of crucial importance. On this occasion, UNESCO is partnering with the rest of the UN family to acknowledge the right to information as key to enabling broader access to data, information, and knowledge, and empowering citizens in their effort to build brighter futures. The online events, and there are several ongoing today, so the online events planned for the International Day will highlight how the right to information can help rise to these challenges. The events will also underline the importance of statutory guarantees for public access to information to save lives, build trust, and develop inclusive policies. This commitment will only be effective if it is truly universal. In other words, in line with the goals set by states in the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, it must leave no one behind. This is why we urge governments to adopt access to information legislation and to strengthen the implementation of such guarantees where these already exist. As we know, this will take determination and drive. Governments must commit to the common good by developing the innovative use of digital technologies for building resilient information infrastructures and by creating favorable environments for safe and transparent data collection mechanisms that strengthen record keeping and enable accurate analysis of issues in the public interest. Moreover, these tools will only be effective if they are freely accessible and align with international privacy standards. At UNESCO, we firmly believe that access to information must be recognized as a norm in sustainable development and as a prerequisite for countries to respect, promote, and protect human rights for all. As we rebuild and readapt our societies to the new normal, the right to information must be at the center of efforts to ensure a more informed and resilient tomorrow. That ends the message of the Director General of UNESCO. Now, in closing, I wish to emphasize that the COVID crisis is severely undermining prospects for achieving the SDGs by 2030. And the COVID crisis came exactly at a time early this year when the Secretary General had called for an acceleration of the implementation of the SDGs. However, what the crisis has also shown is what is possible when we pull together. We have seen global collaboration, for instance, now in the production of vaccines. We have seen trillions of US dollars in financial commitments and support to buffer the socioeconomic impacts. Now, with the same spirit and commitment, I'm sure we also can scale up global efforts to recover better and to build a healthier, safer, a fairer, and a more prosperous and sustainable world. Therefore, it is of central importance that governments and key institutions leverage the media to support the production and access to quality information, and not only to combat the pandemic, but also to leverage the implementation and the achievement of the 2030 UN agenda, both locally, nationally, regionally, and globally. I end by saying to all of you here present, please join us to make this happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Hankson, for your remarks, and also for bringing us the remarks of the UNESCO Director General. I had omitted to say that in your vast, expansive portfolio, Mozambique is included as well. And as I said earlier, I invite persons to read your bio so they can follow your work. Thank you so much, and have a wonderful day. And now, ladies and gentlemen, forgive me, but I will have to say she is the lady of the moment, the illustrious chair of UNESCO's Information for All program, IFAP. Dorothy Gordon hardly needs an introduction. So I will say briefly that she's a trained development economist who has worked in the field of international development and technology for over 30 years. Dorothy was also the founding Director General of the Ghana-India Kofi Annan Center of Excellence in ICTs. I have done no justice to her depth and breadth, so I invite you to read more about her in the chat. Madam Chair, I give you the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Green, Vice Chair of the IFAP Working Group on Information Accessibility, distinguished fellow panelists, members of the IFAP community, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. It's great to see such a good turnout. I'm happy to join you in this event from beautiful Accra, an event which is hosted in collaboration with our UNESCO regional offices in Jamaica and Harare, and the Kula Institute for Advanced Studies, University of Alberta, Canada, as well as the International Center for Information Ethics. Next year, UNESCO's Information for All program, IFAP, will celebrate 20 years of its existence. IFAP was established with a clear mandate to support UNESCO member states to develop and implement national information policies and knowledge strategies in a world increasingly using information and communication technologies. The relevance of IFAP's mandate has grown exponentially with the transformational change digital technologies are bringing about in all aspects of society. IFAP's 6 priority areas are information literacy, information preservation, multilingualism, information for development, information ethics, as well as information access. You will agree with me that all these priorities must be addressed in the context of the overall theme of today's celebration of the IDUAI: access to information, saving lives, building trust, bringing hope. Before the pandemic, there was an awareness of the problems that our information ecosystem was creating. You could say it was growing. While the average citizen had a very vague idea of how the Cambridge Analytica scandal revealed serious manipulation of user data, everyone was becoming aware of the problems of fake news, misinformation, and disinformation. People of a certain age group and certain nationalities were extremely concerned about privacy, and others less so. Child safety online was a topic of concern. There were rumblings among US lawmakers that we needed to dismantle the monopolistic hegemony of certain platforms. Shoshana Zuboff, in her seminal book, Surveillance Capitalism, told us that we are in the age of surveillance capitalism. And in her recent talk at the RightsCon 2020, she stated that surveillance capitalism starts with an audacious, unexpected, startling, and dark discovery that private human experience, what we do in our own lives, our behavior, could be taken without our knowledge and then subjected to a variety of tools, including those tools of artificial intelligence, predictive analytics, using big data to modify our behavior and predict future outcomes with greater accuracy. Behavior modification techniques take away both agency and autonomy, the power of artificial intelligence. For some commentators, for example, Jajit Bhattacharya, in his blog post, Digital Colonization, India Needs to Shatter the Technology Hegemony of the West and China, this situation has resulted in what he calls techno-colonialism. I pointed out that if we look at political theory, perhaps a better word would have been imperialism, but I will leave it to you to decide. The fact is, by the end of 2019, we had already come a long way from the perception that access to information simply meant connecting a few cables, making bandwidth available at a somewhat reasonable cost, and then relaxing into a, if you build it, they will come approach. The argument that innovation will only thrive in the absence of any rules and regulation, if it was not to be stifled, was beginning to look jaded. And the weaponization of the algorithm demonstrated that unbridled innovation was really not the way to go. We were coming to an understanding that content matters, language matters, curation matters, and how we access content is key to achieving the just and equitable societies that are the goal of Agenda 2030, the Sustainable Development Goals. And yet there was a sense of helplessness, as even the Secretary General of the United Nations noted that the speed of technological change is such that our human institutions struggle to keep up. This difference between the speed of technological development and the development of appropriate policy frameworks is at the core of our concerns. Professor Benkler, the Berkman Professor of Entrepreneurial Legal Studies at Harvard Law School and faculty co-director of the Berkman Klein Center for Internet and Society at Harvard University, had this to say about the political economy of technology. In the short to medium term, technology acts as a distinct dimension of power, enabling some actors to extract more or less than their fair share of economic life. In the long term, technology is a site of struggle, whose shape and pattern are a function of power deployed over the institutional and ideological framework within which we live our lives. Benkler's statement is reflected in our current realities. With COVID-19 came accelerated digitization and its related infodemic. Going online, taking all our lives online, is seen as our only option. We see an increased agency of state institutions and the nation state as they work to get more of their services and more of their populations online in the face of increased vulnerabilities. Unfortunately, it was not only government, civil society, and businesses that rapidly upskilled and who were fast thinking and agile in changing their policy strategy and business models. Criminals did so as well, and some platforms became even more powerful than before. It is somewhat surprising that it took the pandemic to bring about the sudden realization that global resilience is dependent on the strength of our information ecosystems. Access to information is now perceived as an essential service. At one level, the importance of accurate, verified, reliable information for saving lives. At another, the dangers of rumors and inaccurate information, which can be as lethal as viruses. User-generated content, which used to be seen as a great enabler of participation and voice, is now seen by some as a threat. And yet, at another level, there is the recognition that information is a global public good, essential for the fulfillment of the social contract. The pandemic has also made people far more aware of the importance of data ownership, open access to data, and the related areas of data standards and open licenses. For IFAP, the fact is that rapid digitization deepens digital divides. This is known as the digital inclusivity paradox, and understanding how to combat it is central to IFAP's mandate. It is a well-researched and documented phenomenon that tells us that in a state of accelerated digitization, it's those who have been traditionally marginalized who find themselves increasingly disadvantaged. COVID-19 is a triple threat to health, education, and income, with far-reaching implications for our ability to reach the SDGs. Women, as caregivers and frontline workers, are facing huge mental health challenges, and there's evidence of increased domestic violence. At least 500 million people have been pushed back into poverty, and the ILO estimates that 1 in 6 young people have lost their jobs. So the numbers of the vulnerable have increased. Amplification is the current flavor of the month word. So let me say that digital divides are amplified, and therefore digital inequality increases as more people connect to increasingly diverse and sophisticated technologies and services. As rich people's children are beamed into virtual classrooms, other children at best sit at home. And I just want to remind us that no country is exempt. There's a story of how people saw all these children in front of a Taco Bell, desperately trying to do their homework using the bandwidth coming out of that restaurant in the US. So these digital divides are everywhere. UNESCO estimates that about 1.25 billion students are affected by lockdowns, and UNDP estimates 86% of primary school children in developing countries are not being educated. In some countries, girls are being married off and school will no longer be an option. As we struggle to put more Indigenous languages online so that they can access health information, how can we work to make sure that those people are protected from fake news, general disinformation, and cyberbullying, and the potential destruction of their cultural heritage? Most importantly, who gets to decide? Let me remind us again that about 3.6 billion people remain unconnected, and a disproportionate number of them are women. Digital divides are real. They affect all countries. They remove choice, they remove options, and they destroy futures. In order to stay within my time, let me conclude by saying that it's very clear that we need a fresh approach, a truly multi-stakeholder engagement around a human-centric development and deployment of digital technologies. We must encourage more research while giving communities the tools to control their local information ecosystem, such as skills in content creation, construction of community networks, and more. We must act to develop evidence-based policy with better accountability mechanisms. Let me remind you of Lawrence Lessig's words. Systems are regulated by law, by their architecture, social norms, and the market. For many years, I celebrated the increased access to information that the internet offers. Rural women talking to each other without intermediaries across communities and in their own languages. Then came surveillance capitalism, which significantly eroded trust. Now we have the pandemic and the infodemic. As Pierre-Emmanuel Thoman stated in a recent paper at the IFAP conference in Hyderabad, indeed, this health crisis was the object of an instrumentalization within the framework of the world geopolitical rivalries, especially with the war on communication. It will take time for us to realize whether or not his words are true. In the meantime, there is much work to be done. We can do more with the existing instruments for global reform, such as the WSIS Declaration. And as we move towards a better future, we must focus on those principles enshrined in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and in the Rome X principles. We need to work together with strong partnerships involving all stakeholders to build truly inclusive knowledge societies. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dorothy Gordon, Chair of the UNESCO Information for All program. And you have just framed in a sense how expansive the work of IFAP is, and we very much look forward to your continued role in leading that UNESCO program. Leading up to today's global celebrations, IFAP hosted a Prima International Conference on August 26 to 28, which was anchored by India's University of Hyderabad. I now invite the chairman of that conference, Professor Rao, to present a summary of the deliberations and outcomes. I should say that Professor Rao is also the director of the India Center of Excellence in Information Ethics and one of India's stellar academics. Professor Rao, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers of the conference for giving me the opportunity. As it was just mentioned that we had a conference on information for all in COVID times, organized by University of Hyderabad, University of Pretoria, IFAP Russia, and UNESCO, IFAP UNESCO, and the Intergovernmental Council of IFAP.
Professor, could you come closer to your microphone, please?
Yeah. Now, am I audible?
Yes, much better now.
Yeah. So we had a conference on 26th and 22nd and 25th August on information for all in COVID times. And this was organized by University of Hyderabad, University of Pretoria, IFAP Russia, and the Intergovernmental Council of UNESCO. Together, we have organized this conference. It was a very successful conference. And we have also come up with the Hyderabad Declaration, which includes all priority areas of UNESCO, including all priority areas of IFAP program. And soon that document will be released and also sent to UNESCO for its consideration. Now, coming to my presentation, just where is my thing? Yeah, I think you can see on the screen my presentation. Can you see?
No.
Yes. Well, we're not seeing the
We're
presentation.
not seeing your presentation. We're seeing your desktop, your Gmail,
Okay.
actually.
Thank you. Thank you. So today my presentation is on tangible and intangible impact of usage of artificial intelligence for information accessibility. So actually,
we're not seeing your presentation, sir.
What?
We're seeing your Gmail.
Just
open the PowerPoint.
Can you see now?
No.
No, just open the PowerPoint. Open the PowerPoint in your Gmail.
Yeah, that's what I have done.
Okay, Claire.
Yeah, I have it ready to go here. I'll just tell me when to change the slides.
Just 1 minute.
Professor Rao, they have your presentation, so they will put it up and you can tell them when to change your slides.
Okay, nice. Thank you.
Yes, go ahead, Casey.
Yeah. In any society, there are two types of access to information, two means of access to information. One is traditional one. Next slide, please. First one. One is traditional means of access to information. The other one is the access to information related with technology and through technology. So if we take traditional means of information, there are traditional means of access to information. They include fine arts, or rituals, festivals, or written and oral texts that exist in the society, etc. And the other one is the society always depending upon the socio-economic needs of the society. society always develops technology. So this technology has also give access, more access or free access to information. But in earlier societies, if the traditional means of access to information were dominating over technology, now in modern times, the technology, the information, the means of information that we get, that we acquire through technology, that we'll have access through technology is dominating. So now the technology is dominating over traditional means. So that's why now we are talking about artificial intelligence and access to information. And information, knowledge, and development. These three are interlinked in my view. Why? Because your information creates knowledge, and knowledge and information in turn contributes to the development of the society. Normally, when we say development, sustainable development of the society. So that's why knowledge, information, knowledge, and sustainable development are interlinked. So if you take just, if we have since this does not come under the today's presentation, just I want to have a quick comment on earlier societies. Now, first slide, please. On earlier societies, where wherever there is free access to information, and their knowledge was created. So that knowledge in turn has contributed to the development of the society, sustainable development of the society. That's why if we look at to the some of the earlier ancient societies where there is a free access to information, where knowledge is created, where the development has taken place, these are all interlinked, and these societies have flourished compared to the other societies. That is one point. And the second point is that so as to have free access to information, so as to technology also work, so as to have access through technology, you require multicultural and multilingual environment. So this multilingual and multicultural environment will have its impact on the technology and its usage. So now artificial intelligence, with its tremendous power of storing data, has potential for providing access to information. Of course, as just now I mentioned that technologies were there in earlier societies, technologies have been developed by the societies, by our forefathers. It is not that we have invented technology, technologies was there. But depending upon the need and the development of the societies, these technologies are being effectively used by the society to have free access to the information. So now, as a part of that evolution, as a part of evolution of development of society and technology, now we have artificial intelligence. So we have to see whether artificial intelligence or any emerging technology as an evolution, as a part of our development of the human society right from the ancient times. So that's why we cannot now say that our society is information society, our societies are now modern societies are knowledge societies, our societies are technology societies. No, it's not like that. Societies were always information society. They are information societies. Societies were always knowledgeable knowledge societies, and technologies were also there. So it is very important. It is very important to, sorry. Yeah, can you see me?
Which slide do you need, Professor?
Second slide.
Okay, this one?
Yeah. Second slide. So I lost the contact. Yeah. So the society, so we need not have to be very much excited saying that now the societies are information, our societies are information societies, our societies are knowledge societies, etc. And then artificial intelligence also widens opportunities for information production, distribution, consumption, which are covered by the term information access. Now going to the third slide, artificial intelligence and pandemic. Access to information and subsequent action plans are crucial in current pandemic situation because it has turned to an infodemic because the whatever artificial intelligence could be effectively used to counter myths, misconceptions, misinterpretations carried out in the media. So that's why artificial intelligence has to be effectively used to, especially in crisis times, to meet, to help society to meet the demands that have been put by the society, especially in the crisis situation. So, for example, artificial intelligence enables to increasing lead time in the hospital for in the health care, and also assisting doctors to have in a more accurate diagnosis. So, like that, artificial intelligence can be effectively used. And finally, artificial intelligence also provides the opportunity to block, create, facilitate, and curate information. This is very much important. Slide 4, please. Next slide. Emerging technologies and information accessibility. So the technologies, as I mentioned, have been emerging and they continue to emerge. For example, with the advent of ML, IoT, AR, augmented realities, and including and artificial intelligence, the access to information has become very open now. Okay, because that is the again the access to information open. When we say the access to information open, we have to keep in mind that is the need of the hour, that is the need of the present society. Okay, so I actually with ML and AR, now the data mining can be done in multi-directional manner. Earlier, if we have to spend months together, I don't know, days together for data mining, for data analysis or for data study, we now the data mining can be done in multi-directional manner. These technologies drastically enhance access to information and the data which can stimulate international cooperation. That's what Madam Chair was also mentioning just now, that these technologies will enable us to have with the data mining and with the data, enormous data that we have now with us, it will contribute, it will enable us to have international collaboration. However, usage of technology, including artificial intelligence, requires democratic and transparent societal environment. So any technology in any society can be effectively used for the development of the society or to meet any crisis situation. It's possible only when there is a democratic setup in the society, when there is a transparent in the societal environment. For example, all now the free access to data has raised so many questions, such as copyright and licensing and intellectual property rights. These have become very important. Earlier also, of course, copyright licensing was there. IPR was of course, more of a recent phenomenon. Copyright and licensing was there. But with the technology, the increase of, with the advent of new technologies, these have become very crucial. Next slide, please. Artificial intelligence and access to information and social justice. So access to information through artificial intelligence brings greater citizen participation and involvement in the process of decision making. So when the technology is used to have free access to information, naturally that automatically, consequently brings a greater citizen participation in solving problems faced by the society, and also there will be there will be a greater involvement in the process of decision making. So it will be a more participatory than individual sectorial approach. So the technology can help us to bring citizens to more participatory in decision making. So this actually in turn contributes to the democratization of information and to the social justice. It also abandons all efforts of misinformation, disinformation carried out in the society through traditional as well as modern technological means. So here we need to have, so as to stop, so as to prevent mis and disinformation, we need to encourage automatic translation, speech technology in indigenous languages, which serves as a social justice for deprived sections in the society. Next, artificial intelligence, access to information and digital wellness. So just now, Madam Chair was mentioning that along with the advantages that new technologies, new emerging technologies, including artificial intelligence have, there are also disadvantages with these technologies, especially when we talk about free access to information. So free access to information naturally leads to overuse of technology, which in turn has impact on the human behavior and on the society. So this is nothing but digital wellness. So there is a need now to highlight along with the digital literacy, usage of digital technologies and free access to information, we should also now highlight the digital wellness, because the over usage of information will also bring to the digital will have its own intangible negative impact on the human behavior and on the society.
Professor, also, I'm sorry, Professor Rao, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but you will have to conclude. The time has expired.
Then I am coming. Just give me 1 minute, sir. So, like any other technology, artificial intelligence opens enormous opportunities for humankind. But at the same time, it will have its own limitations of usage. Along with modern technology, traditional means of access to information should also be effectively used wherever it is possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Rao. I know the Hyderabad conference was quite expansive, and it was quite a task to attempt a summary in such a short time. And we hope that throughout the day, you will be able to participate and elaborate on some of what occurred at that very important session. So we thank Professor Rao, we thank Directors Sanchez and Heitzen, and we thank the IFAP Chair, Dorothy Gordon. This brings to a close the opening session. Please stand by for session 1 of AI for IA, and we will move directly into that session as soon as we get the speakers on screen. Is that fine, Claire?
Yep.
Thank you. Welcome everyone to session 1 on artificial intelligence for information accessibility. This session takes the name of the conference because it's going to frame what will occur for the day. I should tell you that if this were a Hollywood production, the next speakers could be compared to the likes of Brad Pitt, Michael Douglas, Lupita, combined with Halle Berry. It's a bit of a superstar lineup, so to speak. We will post their bios in the chat. And as they speak, please post your questions as well in the chat. We will try to get to some of them before the end of the session. The first speaker is Edson Prestes, professor at the Institute of Informatics of the Federal University of Rio Grande do Sul, Brazil. Among his various and distinguished associations, he is a member of the United Nations Secretary General's high-level panel on digital cooperation. He is also a member of the UNESCO ad hoc expert group for the recommendation on the ethics of artificial intelligence. He is a member of the MIT IEEE Global Council on Extended Intelligence and a member of the UNESCO IFAP Working Group on Information Accessibility. Edson will be speaking on the topic, Artificial Intelligence, a domain that matters to us all. Thank you, Edson. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much for your kind introduction. Are you seeing my screen?
Yes, we are.
Yes.
Oh, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure to be here. I'm Edson Prestes from Brazil, and today I will be talking about artificial intelligence. Very quickly, because of the time, of course. I believe every one of us already realize how pervasive the technology domain is becoming in your life. You can see clearly a lot of very good examples about drones being used to deliver goods, personal assistants, robotic pills that can collect information inside the body, robots in a warehouse. We can see this technology can promote a lot of benefits for our society. In recent past, we published some papers about how robotics and artificial intelligence can help us to attain the SDGs. We can see AI creating new business models through the precision farming, fight hunger. We can see AI in robotics help us to create personalized healthcare models and so on. However, we also can see some of this technology being misused and impacted directly on our rights. For instance, if you take a look in the literature and also in the news, we will see a lot of very problematic situations, like AI system manipulating our choice. We have the proliferation of hate speech. We have the technology impacting our environment in terms of the use or high use of energy. We can see AI segregated minority. People are losing their ability to interact with others. So all these problems has some different sources. most of them happens because we do not understand exactly what are the artificial intelligence, and you tend to overtrust on this kind of technology, thinking that the technology are fair, are neutral. That is totally different what we from the technical society understand about artificial intelligence. So first, if you want to address correctly these issues, we need to first understand what exactly is artificial intelligence. If you take a look on some references and books, you see that artificial intelligence can be defined in different ways. Like in the book written by Husserl Norvig, you can see that you have different definitions focused on different dimensions, like artificial intelligence considered the dimension of thinking humanly, can be considered as the excited UFOs to make a computer think. Consider the dimension of thinking rationally, can be considered as the study of mental faculties through the use of computational models. So it's not a big surprise why you have these several definitions, because even the human intelligence is not clearly defined. For different cultures, we have different definitions of intelligence, because different culture take into consideration different aspects that they judge more valuable. For instance, culture focus the definition of artificial intelligence based on the verbal ability and the speed of mental processing, or in the depth of processing in the area of speeding, or the ability for non-verbal reasoning, or social skills, or numerical skills, or adaptability to new cultural contexts. But more important than this is that some authors see the intelligence as a structure in the different ways. Like Gardner proposed the theory of multiple intelligence, where he highlights that we have a different kind of intelligence focused on linguistic aspect, logical, mathematical aspect, interpersonal, spatial, musical. But the more important than this is that these different intelligence are interplay and are used together to produce some output that is very different what you have today, where all the systems are very focused on the goal. Like we have a artificial intelligence system that are focused to solve a specific tasks. This is guarding all these elements that compose the human intelligence. So that is a very important point, that the artificial intelligence system that we have are totally different from the human intelligence. That is very important to highlight, because people tend to see artificial intelligence as a new kind of intelligence that surpasses the human intelligence, that are neutral, that are fair. In this sense, artificial intelligence systems are just a very simplistic way to represent human intelligence. So if take this premise as valid, we'll see that artificial intelligence systems are created by humans, and see if they are created by humans or any other kind of system, we need to understand all the ecosystem to develop an artificial intelligence system. We need to think in terms of who design, who project, who decided to adopt, what are the data used to train the system, what are the parameters that are used or defined in that system, how the system interact with the other system, interact with the human, interact with the ecosystem. Because of this complexity, UNESCO embarked in a 2 years process to create a recommendation on the ethics of artificial intelligence. So the member state of UNESCO solicited UNESCO to create a global normative instrument on ethics of artificial intelligence in the form of a recommendation. I will talk quickly about that process, because that process started in 2019, I'm sorry. And after that, this year, UNESCO established an ad hoc committee group composed of 24 independent experts appointed by on the geographic balance. I'm deeply honored to be part of this group, and during the March to May, we work hard through the online virtual modalities to produce the very first version of our recommendation. This recommendation went through a consultation process that listened different people, organizations across the globe, and with the feedback received, we revised the document and produced a new document. It was submitted to the Director General of UNESCO recently, I think 1 week ago. And that is the first page of our document. And now I will quickly talk about this document, because they contain a lot of information about the values that we need to consider to develop AI system, the principles that we use, and they are extremely relevant, and also some political actions. The objectives of the recommendation are to provide a universal framework of values, principles, and actions to guide states in the formulation of the legislation. For us, that is a landmark document, because when this document is adopted, it can be used to instantiate public policies. Another objective of this recommendation is to guide the action of individuals, group, community, institution, and private sector to ensure that the embedded of ethics in all of the AI system life cycle. To promote respect for human dignity and gender equality. That is the very first document that touch in this very important topic, gender equality. We also have as one of our objectives to foster multi-stakeholder, multidisciplinary, and pluralist dialogue about ethics issues related to AI system, and to promote equitable access to development and knowledge in the field of AI in the sharing of benefits, with a particular attention to the needs and contribution of low and middle income countries, include LDCs, LLDCs, and SIDS. One important in our discussion, it's about the notion of the concept of artificial intelligence. And we consider this artificial intelligence system as a technological systems that have the capacity to process information in a way that resembles intelligent behavior. That is very important, because from the external point of view, you can see the system, you can think that system are intelligent, but in the end, you understand that they are not intelligent. They only process symbols, receive a set of symbols, it produces another set of symbols, but without understand what are the basic process. Okay. In our document, we define some set of values and set of principles. For us, it's extremely important to consider in the development of AI systems, respect, promotion, and protection of human dignity, human rights, and fundamental freedom. Environment and ecosystem flourishing. Ensure diversity, inclusiveness. Living in harmony and peace. As principle, we have several principles. I just highlighted 4 of them. Proportionality and do no harm, safety and security, fairness and non-discrimination, responsibility and accountability. Based on this set of values and set of principles, we define a set of policy actions. So we elaborated the document around this policy area: ethical impact assessment, ethical governance, stewardship, data policy, development in international cooperation, environment ecosystem, gender, culture, education, research, economy, labor, health, and social well-being. For our action, our concrete action, we understand that member states should ensure that any AI system governance mechanism is inclusive, transparent, multidisciplinary, and multilateral. We need to have an active participation of all member states, especially the LDCs, LLDCs, and SIDS. The member state should introduce impact assessment to identify access benefits, concern, and risk of AI system, should develop due diligence and oversight mechanism, should assess the socio-economic impact of AI system, should introduce incentives to the development of AI-powered solution for disaster risk resilience, the monitoring, protection, and generation of the environment and ecosystem, should support the circular economy type approach, should ensure that the potential of AI system to improve gender equality is realized, should not contribute to exacerbating the already wide gender gaps existing in several fields in the analog world, should also promote the acquisition of prerequisite skills like numeracy, coding, and digital skill, together with teamwork, communication, social emotional skills, should develop also curriculum for AI ethics at all levels, should also put special emphasis on country where the economy is labor intensive. We can, in that sense, introduction the wide range of core interdisciplinary skills at all educational level. And we have much more actions, policy actions. If you want to take a look, you can access the UNESCO page and download the document. Okay, this document has around 24 pages. And now, after submitting this document to UNESCO Director General, an intergovernmental process is started. So the member state will negotiate this document with possible adoption next year, November next year, during the UNESCO General Conference. So that's the first page. We have the link on the bottom. Okay. And thank you so much for listening very quickly, fortunately. I hope you can have a global picture of this document and also some elements about artificial intelligence. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Edson. I remind those on this call, both on Zoom and YouTube, that you can post questions, and we will try to get to as many of them as we can after the last speaker. From Brazil, we swing over to the United Kingdom and a powerhouse of a woman. In Tracy, she is the director of AI ecosystems for the machine learning group at ARM, working to create disruptive AI applications and strategizing to solve real world problems. She is the VentureBeat Women in AI Rising Star for 2020 and has been awarded the CES Best of Innovation Award and the China AI Industry Innovation Alliance Most Remarkable Product Award. And you can read more about her as well as Edson in the chat. It is my pleasure to welcome Kate Callott to talk about scaling AI beyond borders. Kate, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Cordell. Hi, everyone. I'm really excited and honored to be able to present to you today. So like Cordell mentioned, I'm currently head of AI ecosystem at ARM, and I work to create disruptive applications in AI with communities, developers across the world. And for the past couple of years, I've worked mainly with communities in Africa around how to scale AI beyond borders. So that's going to be the topic of my presentation today. So AI is, like Hudson mentioned, AI is impacting everything. We live at an age where most of the disruptions happen through AI. AI is changing the way we live, we interact with each other in multiple segments, including education, finance, or medical. When the COVID pandemic hit, there were a lot of applications, AI-powered applications that appeared to help protect, detect COVID-19 infections across the world. And the impact of AI in economy is already generating billions and even trillions of dollars. So it has a great contribution to the economy today. And because it's an innovation and a segment which is moving extremely fast, it creates enormous opportunities. So I see AI as kind of a triple exponential. It's being driven by three main drivers: data, hardware, and AI algorithms. And advancement in those three drivers are all happening at the same time. For a while, these innovations were mainly driven out of the same regions, Americas with the US and Asia led by China, which have been the reason why it was mostly driven out of there. It's because most of AI research centers were established in these regions. Now, because of some realizations and concerns with accuracy, ethics, biases, data regulation, there is a need to change this and really build fair, inclusive, and scalable AI. And for us to be able to achieve that, we need to localize at least the data and the AI algorithm. But how do we get there? Let's have a look at how this can and is already happening in Africa. So to understand how we scale AI, we need to look at the different innovation drivers in different regions. If we look at Americas and US more specifically, the AI innovation is driven mostly out of the major technology players like Google, Amazon, Facebook, Apple, Microsoft, etc. These companies have grown from strength to strength and in any market condition, including actually during COVID, where they've still been accelerating despite the pandemic. If we look at Asia, and most notably China, the AI innovation is led by governments. They have control over the data and control the innovation. They are replicating a model that the US used in the 80s to create what has become today the Silicon Valley. So the Chinese government is offering innovation funds, AI funds to startups to strengthen the local tech industry and build a local Chinese AI industry. If we look at Europe, the AI innovation is actually mainly driven by individuals with the notion that privacy is important. And they build technology which ensures privacy while allowing AI and machine learning algorithm models to develop. Their key focus on preserving privacy and individual human rights has been a central piece of the innovation there. But what about Africa? Well, Africa has key strengths, and Africa's strengths are the startups and the community. It's actually a bottom-up innovation being driven out of what starts as grassroots efforts and then become startups and then community. What's interesting to note is that all these different regions of the world have their own ways of driving innovations in AI, but today there's not much exchange between all those continents and learning about best practices. So the African AI startup and community is a combination of bootstraps, passion, and enthusiasm, which is actually driving the innovation there. We start to see African equivalent of Silicon Valley startups ecosystem that can be found in every possible sphere of life and at all corners of the continent. For example, the Sheba Valley in Addis Ababa, the Yabakon Valley in Lagos, or the Silicon Savannah in Nairobi, just to name a few, right? And they're all pursuing these cutting edge innovation in sectors like banking, finance, healthcare, and also education. They're headed by technologists from both within and outside the continent, and they really focus on trying to solve local problems. On the other side, we have new communities that have appeared over the past couple of years. Communities like Deep Learning Indaba, Alliance for AI, Data Science Africa, and more recently, Zindi, which is a community of 17,000 data scientists on the continent. And it's actually a pretty young community because 80% of the community is between the age of 18 and 34, and more than half of the community is between the age of 25 to 34. But how can we actually leverage these communities to drive better and informed policies? And that's probably the most important slide of my presentation. So while working with communities, especially in the context of COVID, it quickly appeared to me that today there is no mechanism to match problem owners with potential technical solutions and problem solvers, nor to facilitate the level of collaboration required to get solutions off the ground at scale. We've seen many young African data scientists who have lost their jobs and now are underemployed due to the COVID-19 crisis. From a student's perspective, some universities have closed down and many have not moved their coursework online, leaving students unoccupied, data science students unoccupied. And really these key factors are what constitute what I would call the African data science cluster. On one side, we have data sources, multiple data sources, open data platforms like Data for SDG, government health data, satellite imagery, mobile data. On the other side, we have policymakers or national statistical offices who have problem statements but need data science expertise. We also have the startups and the tech communities, which are more experienced data scientists, but the most interesting part is the untapped pool of young data scientists, which are part of the communities I mentioned and are always ready to help. And how these pool of data scientists can help is around helping countries pool open data and government data into a single location for analysis, for example, assist in the analysis of that data, but also support the use of data in decision-making. Data science expertise can help translate the findings from the data into actionable insights for government policy making, and also ensure that there are systems in place to feed this information through decision makers. So what does it look like in practice? We ran a competition, a challenge with Zindi between last year and this year, and we were working with UNICEF, who had ties with policymakers in Malawi. And in southern Malawi, there have been repetitively large floodings in the southern part of Malawi. So we challenged the data scientists on Zindi to build a machine learning model which could help predict the location and extent of floodings in southern Malawi. We had hundreds of entries, remarkable entries, some of them that surprised us. Data scientists have managed to find data sources that even us and UNICEF didn't have at the time. And right now, UNICEF is reviewing the data and working with policymakers in Malawi to use the models that these data scientists have built to be able to do more to drive more informed policies in floodings, if floodings happen in the future. So going back to the triple drivers and the triple exponential growth of AI, I mentioned that we need to localize the data and AI algorithm, but what this gives is actually local and useful solutions based on the exact same AI hardware, which is coming from America or from Asia, China, or countries hardware manufacturing countries like Taiwan or Korea. And we did an experiment. We actually took a development kit and challenged developers in the US to build something with it. And what they had built was a poach pirate detection system, which detects if somebody comes and steals your Amazon package in front of your door. We actually challenged developers at Data Science Africa to do something with the exact same technology. And what they have managed to build is actually a system which protects Kenyan rivers, much more useful than poach pirate systems, anti-poach pirate systems. And this device is actually has actually been deployed along the Iwaso Nyayo, which is one of the major rivers in Kenya, taking its source from Mount Kenya and making its way all the way to the Indian Ocean. It serves as a lifeline for several communities. And in the recent years, there have been an increase in demand for water to irrigate the crops, as well as reduced rainfall and land degradation in the catchment area. And that has led to water shortage and conflict between the users of the water. So there was a need for an effective solutions to monitor the river. And they managed to build it with that technology. We've seen other applications of it in healthcare, for example. On the right-hand side of the slide, you have an autonomous robot, which was built by students at the Polytechnic School of Dakar in Senegal. And this autonomous robot is helping the fight in COVID. It's measuring patients' blood pressure, temperature, and helping key health workers in the fight. There is another segment where applied AI solutions are going to be important, and that segment is smart agriculture. AI will have the ability to mitigate issues arising from weak supply chains, low productivity, vulnerability to climate change, and also improving productivity and efficiency at all stages of the agricultural value chain. So as the key takeaways from this presentation, we know that AI represents a tremendous economic opportunity and is really central today to drive innovation at every level. COVID-19 has really highlighted the interconnected nature of our rapidly globalizing world. We should communicate more in between regions. If we want to achieve real inclusive, scalable, and useful AI, we will need a greater digital collaboration between the public sector, the private sector, but also the tech communities who are driving innovation and have an important role to play. So we should not underestimate them. And last but not least, we're living in an extremely fast changing and evolving world, and Africa is already innovating and can compete at scale. We just have to lead the way. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kate. I see your presentation as well as Edson's already generating questions and comments in the chat. So we will get around to those shortly. And now, last, because he's the first among equals, he has been described as the father of AI governance in some quarters, a scholar at Yale University's Interdisciplinary Center for Bioethics, senior advisor to the Hastings Center, senior fellow at the Carnegie Council for Ethics in International Affairs. He received the World Technology Award for Ethics in 2014 and has been appointed by the World Economic Forum as a co-chair and now member of the Global Future Council on Technology, Values and Policy. If I go any further, the introduction will be longer than the presentation. So read up about him in the chat, and I now give the floor to Wendell Waller.
Thank you ever so much, Cordell. It is truly an honor to be with all of you today. The previous 6 speakers have already touched upon such a vast array of points and painted a rather broad canvas when we consider the benefits and concerns surrounding accessibility and artificial intelligence. So in my few minutes with you, I would just like to underscore a few points, emphasize their importance before we turn to the later sessions that will be more specific in their focus. First, let me point out that there are 3 elements that are needed for a successful transition to the digital age. Those are access, education, and inclusive governance. Without all 3, citizens will fall under the digital poverty line. Now, let us be clear, there are nations represented here. There are nations in Africa that are already leading the digital charge. There are others who are only beginning to stick their toes into the water. So it's a very mixed situation that we have in terms of countries entering this new digital age. Let me open with an example that combines both access and AI. The example is from a small NGO named Pula that provides microinsurance. In other words, it underwrites risks for smallholder farmers. The problem is crop failures. Crop failures because of droughts, crop failures sometimes because of flooding or locusts or other exigencies. So consider a small stakeholder farmer who once every decade or 12 years or so loses their crop. They may be under such stress that they are unable to buy new seeds and fertilizers when the next planting season comes along. And traditionally, in more advanced countries, we deal with this problem through insurance. But there are barriers to insurance for smallholder farmers. These barriers include the fact that insurance policies are often sold individually. There has to be an underwriting evaluation of whether people get the insurance or have the ability to pay it back. And that will require a large sales force. And furthermore, should there be a failure, the farmer may have to go through a very rigorous claims process and bureaucratic claims process before they are remunerated for what they need. The solution that Pula put in place was to bundle the insurance with the seeds and fertilizers. In other words, when a farmer buys seeds and fertilizer, they are automatically buying the insurance policy. And all they need to do is register that policy online. They can do so with their own cell phones, or perhaps a merchant or someone else who has access to the internet can do it for them. Pula, with its partners, then goes on to monitor weather and to monitor yields. And it does so with a combination of data and historical material. But let me speak specifically about the weather index, because the weather index is determined by satellite photography of the cloud cover within Central Africa or Asia, the region being considered. And it makes evaluations based on that cloud cover, whether there was adequate rainfall to ensure a successful crop. And if there was not adequate rainfall, the farmer will automatically, and without them do anything, receive a certificate to buy new seed and new fertilizer for the next planting season. Pula has already helped 3.3 million smallholder farmers in 11 different countries in both Africa and Asia. So this is just one of many examples. Hopefully you'll hear a good number before the day is out, but it's just a way of underscoring how important access and AI can be in resolving serious challenges. Accessibility, excuse me. Accessibility, as previous speakers have already mentioned, has become as important as healthcare for well-being. is important both in the sense that individuals can go online and find the information they need to help them deduce what conditions they are dealing with, but it's also important because it gives societies a chance with the help of advanced analytics to discern in advance problems they might encounter and even help with research to develop cures or successful strategies for ameliorating problems. But accessibility requires infrastructure, and this is the rub. Some countries have been lucky to already have infrastructure, but many have engaged in a Faustian bargain to get it. Now, when I was in India in the 1970s, if you wanted a telephone, you could order one, but even on the outskirts of Delhi, it might take a year before it was actually installed, given all the actions that had to be taken. Today, if a society has infrastructure, consider a small nation state, with one tower and a few computers and a little bit of other hardware and software, it can make accessible to all of its citizens not only phone coverage, but also online access. But there can be a trade-off, particularly when you have a society for whom the cost of the infrastructure seems prohibitive. And many companies, though, have offered that infrastructure, but they've offered that infrastructure in exchange for either control or direct ownership of the data that goes through the system. That data is often worth much more than the infrastructure ever was. And this precipitates what can easily be called digital colonialism, or, as was mentioned earlier by Dorothy Gordon, digital imperialism. Now let's turn to education and capacity building. In particular, each nation is going to need not only digital literacy, but its own cadre of individuals with expertise. All of the members of the society need to have education in working with the internet, but they also need to understand whether the information they receive is reliable or misinformation or corrupt practices. So they need both of those education, the basic skills of working with the digital infrastructure, but also basic literacy about what the dangers are and what to be vigilant for. Secondly, I've mentioned we need our own cadres of experts, and those cadres include both those with the technological skills, the engineers and the programmers, but also those who have a rich understanding of the societies and the impacts of digital implementations so that they can be aware of when those implementations need to be ameliorated, when they might be harmful or unsafe. There are many downsides to the digital age, as has already been mentioned. There's weaponization. A particular focus has been lethal autonomous weapons, which are weapon systems that can pick targets and destroy them with little or no human intervention. We have the challenge of surveillance and the onset of what has become a surveillance society. There are cybersecurity threats that can undermine the stability of a society, particularly if that society or that industry has become totally dependent upon the digital infrastructure. And then there is technological unemployment. Technological unemployment is a phrase that was coined by the British economist John Maynard Keynes to capture the 200-year-old Luddite concern that each new technology would rob more jobs than it created. That concern has been raised with every new technology, but for 200 years, we have largely seen that each new technology creates more jobs than it actually robs. And yet many of us, and I'm included, feel that it is different this time. Yes, digital technologies are creating high-end jobs, but they are also going to destroy many middle management and low-end jobs. The reason they do so is rather straightforward. It's because it's in the interest of those who own capital to automate as many jobs as they can. And what AI offers is the ability to not only replace jobs that required manual labor, but also those that require discrete forms of intelligence. They don't have to have universal intelligence, as Edson pointed out. No, they just need discrete forms of intelligence that can be applied to the challenges at hand. Now, generally, productivity gains are divided between wages for workers and profits for those who own the capital, which in this day and age often can include anyone who has stock in an industry. But for the owners of capital, it is of interest to automate all the jobs they can, because then all profits go to the owners of capital. In other words, they are engaged in profit maximization. It is not in their interest to have an expansive workforce where the costs can be much higher. In other words, technological unemployment exacerbates structural inequalities and can create new inequities. Finally, I want to turn to the need for inclusive governance. Again, this was already alluded to, that there is a speed in scientific discovery and technological deployment, and this speed far outpaces ethical legal oversight. Dorothy Gordon again brought that up within her presentation. And this speed has created a total mismatch between the onset of new technologies and the capacities of the government systems we have in place. There's need for new, more agile and adaptive governance. And oftentimes that means that legislators need to rely much more on the experts who understand the technologies that they often seldom fully understand. The second issue we encounter is this structural inequality and the way in which that manifests in some entities being very powerful in this digital age, while others have little or no power at all. In fact, we are encountering a situation where the leaders of the digital oligopoly, in many situations, are quite capable of dictating what the future will be with little or no input from the stakeholders who are going to be affected. And for that reason, we need some true multi-stakeholder governance that is not only multi-stakeholder, but is also inclusive. This is not only true for national governments, but this is particularly true for international governance. As a few of you on this call are aware, I've taken over the lead responsibility for organizing the International Congress for the Governance of AI, which was to have convened in Prague in the Czech Republic last April, but because of the COVID crisis has been postponed until May, and it's even possible that it will be postponed again. But this perhaps can be seen as one of the first attempts to have a fully multi-stakeholder convening to discuss the international governance issues surrounding artificial intelligence. The difficulty I've encountered is ensuring that we have adequate representation from small nations, from indigenous and underserved communities. And therefore, I would like to put out a plea to those of you on this call, because I think it is not just the challenge we had with the International Congress for the Governance of AI, but it's true for all of the forums that have put out that they would like to be have multi-stakeholder representation. Now, the fact is we cannot have representation from absolutely every culture, from every community. So we need, again, representative representation. And therefore, I ask those of you who belong to small nations or are in indigenous communities or underserved communities, build a cadre, build a network among yourselves, and select those individuals who you feel can represent your collective needs in these international forums. We are in desperate need of that representation, and I hope we will see a network that can fulfill that need very soon. Finally, let me just turn to the AI principles that have been put forward. Edson did a wonderful job in outlining for you the UNESCO principles. They are only one among perhaps more than 80 lists that have already been put together. Some of the other prominent ones include ones endorsed by the OECD, by the EU. There are the Beijing principles that have come out of China. In general, these lists of principles overlap heavily, but they are only specifically about AI. A few of the principles, such as transparency, algorithmic bias, accountability, these have very specific applications when you're deploying an AI system. But this opportunity to create principles was viewed much more broadly by all of the teams that put together their list. They all recognize that we are in an age, we are in an inflection point in human history where our societies are being quickly and radically remade by emerging technologies and by those who control those emerging technologies. And whether they will be remade for the interests of small groups or for all of humanity is the question at stake. Presently, the structures of our political economies often favor those who hold power right now. But the COVID crisis and the broader challenges of this inflection point have illustrated that we need a new social contract, a new agreement between citizens and their governments and the industries that are playing a leading role internationally, that all of these technologies are deployed for the good of humanity as a whole. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Wendell, for those comments. As you know, those of us in Jamaica have already been very supportive of the Global Congress on Governance of AI, and I welcome your call, particularly for other small island developing states and developing countries to take a keen interest in the governance framework. One of the great things about the disruption we're experiencing is that it's an opportunity to be an equalizer. Three really fantastic presentations. We have very short time so that a lot of questions. We're grateful as well, and we should tell the audience that the three of you have agreed to jump over to the chat and to engage for as long as you can. So those whose questions we won't be able to take, the three presenters will be engaging in the chat. But Erin, just let's shoot over to you and see whether you could field one or two questions in the remaining 3 or so minutes. You're muted, Erin.
My apologies. Thank you, Cordell. There are quite a few questions, so I'm just going to try and stick to one, as Cordell said, for each speaker. Edson, I'd like to start with yourself. There was a question that, with regards to the draft recommendations on ethics of AI, did you have any members coming from the private sector as part of the process? Any representations from commercial partners on your panel? And because you listed these kind of recommendations, you listed them as potentially stifling innovation. So just on that question as well, just about the commercial partners, when do you envision that draft recommendation will be adopted? And then I'm going to, shall we ask per presenter, or can I ask?
No, let's just take Edson's, let's take Edson's response.
Okay, we'll start with Edson. Thank you, Edson. Yeah, so we have some members. In relation to stuff innovation, I believe it's a false dichotomy thinking about stuff innovation and have this governance, because if you do not have a clear governance mechanism to govern artificial intelligence, what we will have in the end will be a set of companies
corporations, government, and so on, make some real live experiments with the citizens. At that moment, what is exactly what you are seeing. So what you are proposing, it's a compass to develop responsible technology, okay, in benefit of humanity.
I think Dorothy had posed a question, Edson, about whether these recommendations might be too weighty for some in the private sector, particularly small businesses.
Yeah.
You have a comment on that?
I'm sorry, Cordell.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was mentioned the potential adoption of the recommendation. At that moment, we elaborated the recommendation, but the recommendation will not be the final one because it will enter in the intergovernmental process. So the member state of UNESCO will negotiate and you produce, based on the recommendation, a new one to be adopted in the next year in November. I hope it will be adopted. We hope it, in fact.
Erin?
Okay, great, thank you. Then a question for Kate, please. So at the time when countries should take very reactive conditions, which is the pragmatic position of UNESCO to support the less developed and seriously exposed countries in terms of monitoring the global changes in progress, particularly alignments and adaptation of the challenges in AI? Is one of the questions posed.
So it's not really a question. It looks more like a statement, right?
Yes.
Well, no, it's so. Okay, all right. Let's try another one then. What do you think of the African Union AI policy?
I haven't dived into the African Union AI policy yet. I have interacted with them a couple of months ago in the context of their response to COVID, but it looks to me that there have been multiple regions going for AI policies lately. We've seen this in Australia, we've seen this in Europe, and they're all looking to have a local approach to AI, which is extremely valid when you look at how building AI needs to be localized. They are trying to also build trust in human-centric AI, but also coordinate a plan on AI to increase the made in Australia, made in Africa, made in Europe AI. So I think it's great that we're taking steps towards the right direction. I would love them to, again, start working more with communities, because it feels like we look at the policy, we know what we need to do from an ethical standpoint, trying to drive policies at the continent level, but we often forget to talk to the real AI practitioners, which are the developers, the communities who are hands-on with AI and really trying to solve problems which are local around them. So I would say probably as a next step, that's something I'll be closely watching and see if we can connect the dots. Like I mentioned with the data center, the data science cluster, it has to be a collaborative effort between all those different actors and bodies.
Thank you, Kate. And then one final question for the final speaker. Can you explain a little bit about the concept of digital imperialism? Can it be handled as, do you think this can be handled as a political ethical problem? And if so, do you think that artificial intelligence causes an ethical political problem? Please, Wendell.
Thank you. That's a great question, and it actually has very many facets to it. So I'm only going to be able to speak to a few of these. But just as we've had cultural imperialism in the form of a Hollywood that produces a lot of the movies people see, and they take on the habits associated with particularly American or Europeans, what we are seeing with a digital imperialism is a little bit different. But again, the norms online are often being dictated by those who control the data and what they do with that data. We are seeing this not only in the poor nations in the global south, but we're even seeing this in the global north. So social media now, the algorithms are structured so that if you are a supporter of Donald Trump, you are likely to see a certain body of information. And if you're a supporter of the Democrats, you may see very different information. So algorithms become a means of structuring behavior, of structuring political attitudes. And then the issue is, well, in whose interest do they function? And in most likelihood, they're going to function in the interest of those who control the digital platforms or those who in the past have political power. So they will diffuse the possibility of individuals asserting new forms of authority within their societies. And this will be particularly to the detriment of the younger generations coming along. So this is a form of digital imperialism. It can be reinforced by surveillance, by facial recognition software and data tracking, in which any supposedly errant behavior leads to detriments for you. We have some societies experimenting with what they call digital credits, where they give benefits for appropriate behavior, but they also may give demerits for what they perceive as inappropriate behavior. So again, this can reinforce authoritarian regimes. This can undermine freedom of expression, freedom of choice, freedom of action. So I think that's probably enough to just introduce the concept to people, but do not underestimate the power of digital imperialism. It is not only an ethical concern, it should be a central political concern for all societies.
Thank you, Wendell. Thank you, Kate. Thank you, Edson. Thank you, Erin. We could go on with this. If you could jump over to the chat as much as you can engage, we would appreciate that. We got some excellent questions. We're going to collate those as well, and working with Rachel Fisher, see whether we could get your responses and include those responses in the final report. This brings to an end session 1. It is now my pleasure to hop over to Jeffrey Rockwell, who will moderate session 2. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Good morning. This is Jeffrey Rockwell. It is morning still in Mountain Time in Alberta. I'm going to start by acknowledging the land that we're on here at the University of Alberta, and there's a number of us here who are supporting this conference. And I'd like to acknowledge that we're on Treaty 6 territory, which is one of the treaties signed here in Canada with some of the First Nations in this area. We strive to respect the histories, languages, and cultures of the First Nations, the Métis, Inuit, and all the First Peoples whose presence continues to enrich our community. The theme for this session number 2 is AI as an enabler in accessibility and accessible education. I'm going to just say a little bit about how we're going to organize this session. It'll be along more or less the same lines as the previous session. We'll hear from our speakers first. If you have questions, please put them into the chat. They're being gathered by Erin Klazar and Erica Simmons. So thank you very much to Erin and Erica who are helping gather these. And I hope we'll have time for some representative questions at the end. But even if your question isn't answered, if we don't have time for it, they will be gathered and sent to the speakers, and I hope the speakers will also spend some time on chat and try to answer, get back to you on the issues that matter to you. I'm going to try to actually bring this to a stop about 5 minutes before the next session, in the hopes that we can all, to give us all a break because I realize a 6-hour conference is quite a long one. So without further ado, our first speaker is Ketsi Bester, who is the Information for All South Africa chair. And his talk is going to be on the essential relation between information ethics and artificial intelligence. So I'm going to hand it over to you. Mr. Bester, we're not hearing you.
You'll need to unmute.
Great. You're still muted.
There you are.
There, great, thank you.
Thank you. Chair, I share with you my slides. Can you see it?
No, do you have two screens? Because sometimes the slides go up, are not shared with us. Claire, do you have his slides?
I'm just working on that. There we go.
You have it now?
Yeah,
yes,
just hit
now
the
we can see
presentation
your
button.
Okay, that's good. And now you have the second one?
Yes.
I cannot see the slides myself, but that's fine. Chair, thank you very much for this opportunity. I think I so want to agree with all the previous speakers to say that we use different terminology and different definitions, and we use big words, and we must try not to confuse ourselves in this process. So let me start with a very simple question. Will artificial intelligence ever be trusted, or is it already corrupted by human beings? Now, in this short discussion, I'm going to refer to some of the matters on algorithms, and the previous speaker's remarks will also be relevant. If we look at the related terminology, the overlapping of these terms must be noted in the process of trying to structure the debate on many of these topics. Some of us will talk about information ethics, and others will talk about ethics in artificial intelligence. Others will talk about social media and machine learning, and they link it all to more or less the same point of departure. So I'm not going to work through that list. You can have that. You can read that at your own time. We were already referred to the 2019 report and the decisions by the meetings of UNESCO, in which they acknowledged that the world is facing a rapid rise of artificial intelligence, and that the machines will soon have the capacity to learn and perform reasoning tasks that were usually limited to human beings. Now, we can discuss this in detail, but in essence, we must realize that if machines can do what people do, then human information ethics and ethics of artificial intelligence should converge. And eventually, it must at least address the same topics as a point of departure. We cannot allow the ethics of information and the ethics of artificial intelligence to be two different sciences, depending on two different challenges, as if they are different. The impact of artificial intelligence on societies and culture is very important in this debate from my perspective. If we talk about education and the skills that are important to teach to young generations for older generations. And I also looked at it from an anthropological perspective. And then we must understand that algorithms plays a crucial role in the selection of information that people use to make decisions and in scientific research. The moment that we recognize this, as UNESCO did, then we should also say that we must keep in mind and accept that the information of all the internet-linked devices can be connected and combined. Some of us don't like that. Some of us fight against it. But eventually, we must accept that as a point of departure. Artificial intelligence can also play a role in analyzing and interpreting data. This can be to our advantage or our disadvantage, depending on where you stand and what the detail is that you want to recover from the data that you are interpreting. The conclusion on this page is from the perspective of all of the above. Artificial intelligence is going to have a substantial social and cultural implication. That includes, as the previous speaker said, politics, health, education, and all of the others. Now, what then are the prejudices of the designers of algorithms? It's very easy to say, if I have a process through which I behave according to certain ethical guidelines in information management, then we want the algorithms to also reflect those same guidelines. I put here on the slide the ethical aligned design by the IEEE, which they designed. And they try and bring some of these ethical matters to the table. Minimizing the ability to misuse technology, the clarification of algorithmic decisions, and the bias of algorithms. Because the conclusion is a biased design into an algorithm forms part of the DNA of any machine learning using that algorithm. And we must then make sure that we understand the algorithm and its effect on machine learning. But before we get there, we must understand the bias of the person who created the algorithm. And if the algorithm is created by machines, then the algorithm that created the initial starting point of that process, the bias of the cultural insight of the person who designed it at first must be very clear. If we look at the access to information, it is influenced by designed artificial intelligence and its programmed algorithms. Algorithms are not objective and should only eventually serve as codified views and road maps towards objectives. Some of the previous speakers already alerted to this, and we must make sure that we fully understand the objectives towards which the algorithms were designed. And therefore, the conclusion is that to some extent, one can state that the access to data and information is filtered by artificial intelligence. If we then say that the filtering of information is part of what concerns us in the access to information, then we must say that the algorithms, as it's termed, should include, amongst others, the transparency, the accessibility, the responsibility, the impartiality, reliability, security, and privacy of the information ethics side of managing information. Because in the end, the algorithm and the artificial intelligence are tools to bring us to certain decisions. And if those decisions are measured for information ethics on the one side and ethics in artificial intelligence on the other side, then you will find that it will be very confusing for the end user. Going back, will it ever be trusted? If the answer is no, then we have a huge challenge if we listen to the detail of all the speakers up to now on the influence of artificial intelligence in future decision-making. Therefore, the conclusion, as a form of filtering reality, algorithms can manipulate access and accessibility to information and have implications for the perceived meaning of facts and truths in all spheres of life. As the previous speaker said, also for politics if you make decisions based on your party affiliation. Some final conclusions. It became increasingly clear that ethics and artificial intelligence should not be separated from information ethics, as it will unnecessarily complicate the debate for the end users in the so-called information society. Now, some of us are very au fait with the information society, but in many communities, we are still building information societies. And in those societies, the less confusion we can create, the better. The second conclusion, ethics in artificial intelligence is and should at least be directed by the same guidelines and IFAP priorities as the IFAP chairperson set out earlier in her discussion. And then lastly, we must be prepared to live with this super technology and not fear it, and obviously not pray to it. I listed 4 recommendations that I put forward to you. And the one is that we should not overcomplicate the matter of ethics in artificial intelligence, in ICT, in information. Secondly, and one of the speakers already alerted us, that government policies must be aligned with the current UNESCO findings and the reports that come out of that. The creators of algorithms, including coding students at school, should receive intensive training on information ethics, referring back to the UNESCO and IFAP guidelines. And then lastly, although it's not part of my presentation, I came to the conclusion and want to recommend that we must look at cultural diversity in coding and algorithms, should it become a priority later on. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Professor Bester, and I really appreciate your the clarity of the presentation and coming in on time. And our second talk is going to be given by two speakers. Pedro Hartung is a coordinator of the Alana Institute and a visiting researcher at Harvard Law School. And Isabella Enriquez is a lawyer and the executive director of the Alana Institute. And together they're going to be presenting on children's rights by design and AI development. So I hand it over to Drs. Hartung and Enriquez.
Thank you, Geoffrey. I want to thank the organization of the event, Rachel and the others, for being part of this important debate. It's a great pleasure to be here. As you said, I will share the presentation with Pedro Hartung. We both work at Alana. Alana is a social environment impact organization that promotes children's rights to integral development and fosters new forms of well-being. Therefore, is organized into three fronts: the Alana Institute, the Alana Lab, and the Alana Foundation. Alana Institute is an advocacy non-profit civil society organization in Brazil, and its mission is to honor the children. It is supported by the income from an endowment fund. At the Alana Institute, we believe that artificial intelligence is very welcome as a complement to educational process without ever replacing human exchange with teachers and colleagues. Just as AI must be centered on the human, and in this case, on the child as well. Its design must be developed in order to guarantee the best interests of children and their rights. In this sense, we advocate that children have the right to constitute knowledge and values in an interactive way through cognitive and affective exchange by ethical values, freedom of thought, search of autonomy, political values, rights and duties of citizenship. Aesthetic values with beauty. What's beautiful for one is not necessarily for the other, about autonomy. And next, please. When dealing with artificial intelligence in the context of educational process, it is important to note that the Global South has structural inequalities and multiple childhoods. These data are from Brazil, where we live, and show the challenges we have faced in general. On the one hand, next please, the country needs to be open to innovation, to artificial intelligence. On the other hand, it needs to deal with basic issues of guaranteeing rights for a population of children that in absolute numbers is greater, for example, the entire population of Spain. In other words, in addition to dealing with all the sophisticated issues and current challenges that today's society presents for children to accomplish at most their full development, a number of countries like Brazil, groups and people still have to deal with several basic and primary socio-economic, political and civil barriers. Regarding the level of education of the Brazilian population among adults aged 25 or over, next please, over 39% have no education or have incomplete elementary school. 13 have complete elementary school or incomplete high school. 31% complete high school or incomplete higher education, and just 17 of these people have completed higher education. Only 14 of Brazilian public schools accessed a virtual learning environment before COVID-19, and 1 in 5 students depends exclusively on cell phones to access the internet, which we know limits learning possibilities. Next, please. Although Brazil has a huge challenge in providing internet access for its population, there are more than 4 million children without internet in their homes. Most children and adolescents are internet users and use several tools that have artificial intelligence on a daily basis. These are important data to be observed when thinking about informal education, mainly due to the amount of time children use these new technologies. In Brazil, the successful use of AI in formal education needs to be together by reforms. Next, please. In other aspects, such as school curriculum, assessment, and professional development of teachers. AI in education does not replace educators. On the contrary, they can expand their role as mediator of knowledge and creator of content. Learning about the operation of machine becomes fundamental so that children are not at the mercy of a technology that they do not master, but can, on the contrary, be easily mastered by it. AI provides people with disabilities with greater autonomy, quality of life, and social inclusion. Artificial intelligence can be exploited by educators in order to eliminate the barriers that hinder the learning. Next, please. We can say there are many potentials that AI can promote in the school environment: the adaptation of school and study material to the individual abilities of students, and the use by teachers for tasks that do not require human skills. However, there are also many risks involved: the violation of privacy by the massive use of personal data, and the little or almost no control of their respective holders in this regard, such as, for example, the expansion of prejudice and inequalities. A research report recently published by Educação Aberta in Brazil proved a number of problematic issues in terms of use of education platforms made available by Google and Microsoft in Brazil, which result in the collection and processing of personal data from children without guaranteeing their best interest and for the purpose of commercial exploitation of children. The main problem is that the consent and the age verification standards are often offered as solutions to the pervasive data extraction practice, which they are not. Also, not consenting to tech companies' terms of use and privacy policy in many cases is not a real option for most citizens. Think of the use of educational platforms in the remote learning context of COVID-19, for example. Another example is what happened in the UK when the government used an algorithm to classify the grades of students who would take national exams, which were cancelled due to the pandemic. The results showed, for example, that students from private schools were privileged and diverse inequalities were amplified, which generated the first march against an algorithm in the world, at least as we know. Next, please. In summary, it can be said that ethics, human dignity, and the rights of children must be promoted and implemented from the start of the development of any artificial intelligence systems to their effective use. As provisioned by the Convention on the Rights of the Child, the principle of children's best interests shall be interpreted as a dynamic concept and always be considered primarily to any other concern, including and especially commercial interests. Because they are global challenges and spread across borders, they deserve to be addressed also globally and thought a direction increasingly guided by ethics in human rights, as well as being attentive to the peculiarities of multiple childhoods and affect children and individuals with evolving capacities. That is why artificial intelligence for children must be child-centered.
So, and my part of this presentation is to deepen a little bit this concept of children's rights by design. As my colleague Isabella said, the most important thing is to understand the importance of the children's rights by design, or a child-oriented AI, as an ecosystem model. That means that we should face all the challenges that we have right now with the AI, with children in schools and education, as an ecosystem model. We shouldn't think just about products or services oriented directly to children. We should think about all the possible products and services that children they encounter in their lives, and all the technologies that we have in our cities, in our schools, and also inside our homes. That's important. So we can shift the common language that we have towards children and their families that put all and only responsibility in the families, in the caregivers, and also in the educators with some phrases like, where is the mother? It's her fault. Not understanding all the mechanisms behind AI. Media literacy is the answer for all. So educating children to understand AI, we can solve it all. Parents don't know how to say no about commercial exploitation with marketing to kids inside the digital environments. Or now we can adapt all this language to the AI. You should teach AI in schools because we can solve all the issues, the ethical issues, inclusive inside schools. But we know as a fact that the relationship between families, children, states, and companies, it's very asymmetrical. And also companies and states, they violate children's rights. That's why we need to think about children's rights by design, safeguarding that all products and services from the states and from companies, they should think about children and their rights and their best interests from the beginning. And it was very interesting to hear and to debate about the ethical issues related to the AI. But as a lawyer, it's interesting to understand that historically, we translated ethical issues, ethical debates into law. And law actually was the way, especially international law, like human rights, as Edison talked with us in the beginning of this conference. It's a way to translate ethical issues into legal norms so we can regulate ourselves in society. That's why it's so important that every developer, every director, VP from a tech company, and also public figures should understand the importance of the framework of children's rights, especially the Convention on the Rights of the Child. And the convention itself says that not only parents are responsible for children's protection and best interests. The Article 3 of the convention states that in all actions concerning children, whether undertaken by public or private social welfare institutions, we should think about children. That's why the UNICEF stated a new AI development policy guideline that I just leave here so you guys can see it later and also contribute because it's open right now to public consultation, stating 9 specific policy orientations. And I'll just read the 9 to finalize. Support children's development and well-being, ensure inclusion of and for children, prioritize fairness and non-discrimination for children, protect children's data and privacy, ensure safety for children, provide transparency, explainability, and accountability for children, empower governments and businesses with knowledge for AI and children's rights, prepare children for present and future developments in AI, and create an enabling environment for child-centered AI. In the end, this panel here debating accessibility and accessible education, we should translate all the rights that all the children's rights that we already have in this framework of the international public law to guarantee that AI could support availability as fiscal allocations matching human rights obligations, schools matching school-age children, and teachers as supporting teachers and availability for all children, and also accessibility like AI supported the elimination of legal and administrative barriers, elimination of financial obstacles, identification of and elimination of discriminatory denials of access, elimination also of obstacles to compulsory schooling. So our proposal here is to really bring children's rights in the center of all debates related to the AI. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Isabella and Pedro. A very interesting presentation. Perhaps if you could put a link to that UNICEF document into the chat, The problem with slides is you can't select the slide and do anything. So now I'm going to turn to our third speaker. Mike Shepanek is head of accessibility at Facebook, and he is going to talk on AI for accessibility at scale. Over to you, Mike.
Thank you so much, Jeffrey. I appreciate it. It's just great to be here. What an honor to be among these guests and panelists. And I just have to say I'm indebted to the breadth and depth of topics and issues that have brought up before my particular presentation. What I want to do really is just give a perspective from private industry about how AI and ML are being used in a way that's not often discussed or maybe that well promoted, but it's really about how to use AI for good to apply and create solutions for people that have disabilities. We talked earlier about access and infrastructure, and that's critical. But once you have access to infrastructure, it's important to make sure that that access extends to those who need assistive technologies, who have disabilities. And that's an area that Facebook is incredibly active in. So what I want to do first is really just describe a little bit of the scope and scale of Facebook. Of course, many people know about Facebook, but I think when you start to appreciate the scale and the size of the problem, we begin to understand so much why AI is needed to solve problems that can't be solved other ways. Then I want to just describe for a bit about how we're applying AI to digital accessibility issues that people are experiencing every single day. And then describe a little bit about how we're investing in the future to ensure through people that these technologies and breakthroughs can continue over time. So let me just start a bit with Facebook's mission. For those who don't know, Facebook's mission is to give the world the power to build community and bring the world closer together. And of course, when we say the world, we mean everyone in every place, in every location. And in particular, for the point of this conversation, people with disabilities who often get overlooked. So consider just for a moment that 1 in 10 people use the Zoom feature on Facebook in their desktop browser. That means they need assistance to make that more visible, more easily read. About 1 in 5 people increase the font size when viewing Facebook on their mobile device. So we know there are a lot of people, those are just 2 simple examples, but we know there are a lot of people affected by disability. The World Health Organization, of course, indicates over 1 billion people around the world have some sort of disability. So this is an important topic and one I'm really thrilled to be sharing with you about. These are pretty staggering numbers when we look over the amount of people Facebook serves. We serve over 2 billion people per month, and it's growing rapidly. So this is a really interesting and important problem for us to solve. And it means that there's potentially hundreds of millions of people who need or choose to use accessible features and options to get access to the information that we're all talking about, to stay connected, to stay informed, to make decisions, to do the things they want to do, and of course, particularly on Facebook. So without a doubt, accessibility is going to be fundamental to getting our mission right. And at Facebook, of course, we take this really seriously. Our commitment to accessibility includes a dedicated team that's built to advance this work in accessibility. And we're actively building a variety of tools and features and technologies to enhance the access of our platforms. So as I mentioned earlier, one of the most interesting, exciting areas for accessibility at Facebook is our investment in and the application of AI to accessibility, something that's not typical or common, but starting to grow, and we're proud to be one of the first to be doing this. So one of the first technologies that we've invested in is something called automatic alt text. And by way of example, to encourage others to look at how AI can be used in this way, but also to give you some insight into how Facebook's applying this technology, I wanted to share about this thing called automatic alt text. We've done research with a lot of people in the vision loss community, and they told us without doubt that those who use screen readers, typically folks who are blind, really do want to engage with visual things like photographs and video, and they desired more context around a photo or video's content. So Facebook created something that's called AAT, which is an award-winning breakthrough technology. It is created and designed and driven by AI and machine learning. We use computer vision and object recognition to recognize and then describe digital photos to people who can't see them. Now, I mentioned earlier this idea of a screen reader, and many people who are blind use a screen reader. It basically uses synthetic speech to describe in spoken language what's happening on a smartphone or a computer. But screen readers, even though they're great, don't know what to say unless they're told. And traditionally, to tell someone about a photograph required the person who created or uploaded the photograph to type out a manual text description that goes with it so it can be spoken by the screen reader. You can imagine this is going to be incredibly time consuming for a lot of people and an effort. And unfortunately, it's far too rare. So this results in making photos pretty much inaccessible to people who are blind or low vision and depend on these screen readers. Automatic alt text, or AAT, provides this description automatically on demand when it's needed for people who use screen readers. And with Facebook and Instagram serving over 2 billion people, you can only imagine how many photos are being posted and shared. So this is really important. Interestingly enough, only AI can solve this problem. Now, an introduction to AAT could detect about 100 concepts in photos, things like the number of people, or when people were smiling, or maybe physical objects like a car or a tree or a mountain. And about 75% of photos on Facebook have at least one of those objects that could be recognized by AAT. But things are improving really rapidly, and we're on the cusp of increasing that number of things we can recognize through computer vision and AI over 1,500%. So things are looking very interesting here, and we'll be back hopefully in the future to share a little bit more about where that's going. In conjunction with automatic alt text to describe photos, we've also learned that many of the photos that people post contain images of people, of friends or family or people that are well known to them, some maybe not. And so we've implemented through AI face recognition, which is one of the most well-known applications of AI. But like AAT, we're applying it in a really interesting and unique and interesting way for people with disabilities. So we rely on permission by those friends. So if someone gives permission to use that photo, whether it's family or someone they know or don't know, we're able to use AI to recognize that face and describe that name of that person in the photo. And this is incredibly valuable for people as they share amongst their family, friends, colleagues, and whatnot. The important thing to keep in mind here is that we can do this with permission, even when those photos aren't manually tagged with that person's name. So that's the part that allows us to scale this up in a way that really wasn't possible before. So while these functions have manual alternatives, people can type these descriptions, they can tag a photo. When you start to talk about 2 billion people and the millions and billions of photos that are posted, the scale starts to prohibit the effective goal of reaching all of those photos and videos with these descriptions, these alternatives. So AI is really the only way for us to meet this really unique challenge of the scale of a global population who's using this technology. We're honored that this application of AI for people with disabilities has been recognized with numerous awards. It is groundbreaking, and it's been recognized in the United States by the FCC chairman, their award for advancements in accessibility. It's been recognized by the American Foundation for the Blind's Helen Keller Achievement Award, and also the Disability in Marketplace Innovator of the Year. So these are really cutting edge applications of AI in ways that are not typically well known. And I wanted to share those with you. I think it's important. A third example is captioning. Now, in many places in the world, captioning of videos, bringing text onto the screen to reflect what's being spoken, are sometimes called subtitles. But here it's called captioning. And so if you'll allow me, I'll continue to use that term. But if you're more familiar with the term subtitle, recognize that that's really what I'm talking about here. Now, we've already introduced tools that enable people to upload captions for video on demand and also live stream video. So there's a way to do that today. But of course, it's difficult. It takes time and effort and sometimes some money. And so unfortunately, many videos don't have the benefit of captions, which prevents people with hearing loss from being able to read and follow along what's being spoken in the audio track. This is especially true for user-generated content, where the person generating this video or this information may not be well trained, may not have the tools, may not have the time, or even know that this is something that they should be doing to grant further access and inclusion to people with disabilities to be able to enjoy what it is they're posting. Our goal at Facebook has to be, and for everyone, has to be that everyone is included, that everyone has access to this information. We want full inclusion for everyone. And AI, for the first time, actually makes this possible. We've already seen the result of providing these tools with manual effort, and it is successful to some degree, but if we're going to reach every single video and every single photo, we need these automated tools. So applying machine learning and AI, we're able to use automatic speech recognition and some other techniques to understand what's being spoken and then convert this into text that can be displayed on the screen. So it's one of our biggest bets, honestly, for expanding the availability of captioning and video. We think it's the right place to go, and it's going to provide the greatest result. So Now we're able to provide, even in real time, captioning for live streams. So things like Facebook Live video streaming, someone can turn on captioning and be able to experience that if they can't hear the audio track. These services are being provided at no additional cost to the video producer or the viewer. It's all just part of the service that they can get if they have access to the internet and access to our products. And we're continuing to apply and expand the use of this technology to other popular Facebook products like Instagram, which is a product that's centered around the idea of sharing photos and video content. We can produce captions or subtitles in over 16 languages already, with more on the way. So without AI, captions are still possible, but because of the effort that's required, we're really never going to reach that goal of providing captions for every video. And AI finally makes this possible and makes it a reality for people with hearing loss and others who depend on this vital service of captions or subtitles. So what I want to do now is just turn my attention, or our attention briefly, to how we're working to ensure AI and accessibility innovations like this are going to continue in the future. And we know that that's going to be important, and it's going to be related to people and education. We want to drive innovation and accessibility way beyond just Facebook. It's important to us, and it's something that we want to give back. So we've co-founded something that we call Teach Access Initiative. Now, this is a nonprofit organization that's completely separate from Facebook, but one they're very, very proud of. The challenge we've identified is in finding a workforce that understands the needs of people with disabilities and the best practices for how to build and apply technology to address them. Now, globally, accessibility is not a subject that's often taught in computer science courses. So this is a completely new area that many computer scientists are never exposed to in their undergraduate work or even graduate work, and may not even be exposed to in the private sector or the public sector. So it's important that we educate people on the need for this and the best practices for how to implement it. It's not taught or required study even in design or user experience degree programs. So it's not just the computer scientists that are unaware or untrained for the most part in this space. It's really much broader than that. And that, of course, begs the question, where will the next generation of AI experts, particularly for accessibility, come from? So Teach Access is bringing industry and academia and advocacy organizations together to create and share models for teaching and training students of technology to create accessible experiences. And this initiative has already garnered support by many other private sector companies that are worldwide and well-known, companies like Apple and Microsoft, Google and Verizon Media, and also outstanding universities like Stanford University, Cornell, and Georgia Tech in the United States, and others. And it's intending to grow worldwide. It's intending to be a much broader organization than just in North America. So it's very exciting to see it just beginning to grow. It's really only a few years old. The mission is to change education so that awareness of accessibility becomes commonplace. And the best teaching models that are being used in private industry and education reach every single education program around the world. So we can advance accessibility training and preparation and set higher expectations for making inclusive products that better represent and serve people with disabilities. So the goal of Teach Access is really to ensure that future technologies, including those based on AI, are what we call born accessible. This is going to be the future we want to build. So thank you for your time. I hope this has been interesting to hear a little bit more about what Facebook is doing, but also about this really unique and interesting aspect of how AI is being applied to problems that for a group of people with disabilities who don't often get the benefit of cutting edge or latest technology. So it's very, very exciting stuff. AI is being used today, right now, to solve problems and improve inclusion and access for people with disabilities at a scale that was previously unthinkable. So thank you for your time and your attention. I'll turn it back over to Jeffrey for questions.
Thank you very much, and thank you especially for giving us some very compelling examples of the use of AI at scale. So now is the time for questions. We've got a good 10 minutes or more, and what I'm going to ask is if Aaron, who is gathering questions, might find a representative question for each of our three talks.
Hi, I just want to check if Erica wants to take over from me here.
Yeah, sure.
Great.
All righty, we do have several questions in the chat. I will start with how do we ensure that the global north and their cultural bias doesn't have an unfairly weighted influence on artificial intelligence and algorithms, leaving the global south either further divided from access or having to change to abide by the culture of the north, therefore losing their own indigenous identity? And I think this was for Dr. Baser.
Thank you, Erica. I think the fact that we have this conference is a very good first step. We unfortunately, during the past decade, allowed a lot of these algorithms to be created without linking the effects of the algorithms to the end user. Now, as long as the end users are all in the Northern Hemisphere, it will not be a problem. But the moment that you go into developing communities, rural communities, and those communities that we want to have part of the so-called IFAP community, the information society, then you must attend to this. This conference is a very first step. The 3 points that I can make: first of all, be aware. Secondly, make sure that we train the coding students and the writers of the algorithms. And thirdly, let us as a collective take the responsibility.
Okay, thank you for that response. We do have another question here for Pedro and Isabella. In South Africa, there has been a massive issue around how we can protect children against unwanted content, for example, porn. When moving children to a more tech-centric learning and the lack of tech literacy in teachers, any thoughts on how we can bring both digital and ethical literacy in a time where time is against us in the current pandemic?
Thank you. It's a very important question. We should understand media literacy as a very important content to be established inside our schools nowadays. But as we talked, it's not just about literacy and media literacy or AI literacy. We should understand how the importance of changing the design of the products and services that we put in front of our children, especially by engaging companies and states to understand the importance of thinking about children from the beginning of the process. So that's why it's an issue of the design of the business model that we have nowadays in the digital environment, especially based on commercial exploitation of our personal data, of children's data. That's why all the ed tech services that we have then allows, of course, during a pandemic like this, access to education, but in which return it's all the services are free. But how is the business model behind it? We should understand that this business model is based on commercial exploitation. That's why we need to talk and we need to engage and also hold them accountable for all the violations of our privacy, of the freedom rights, of the rights to not be exploited, economically exploited. And that's why it's important to go beyond literacy and engage the designers and engage all the government and policymakers and also the companies' leaders.
Thank you so much for that, Pedro. And that really is a great intro to our last question from Mike. So Mike, this was interesting. How would you recommend integrating access awareness into computer science grad programs? I would tell you that I used to be a designer and a software engineer. And I don't know if I ever thought about access as being one of those things that I was designing around. So how can we get accessibility and the importance of accessibility in our digital realm to be highlighted in our software engineering schools?
Thank you, Erica. It's such a great question. I appreciate your own perspective on that, because as a computer science graduate myself, the word accessibility never appeared in a textbook. It never appeared in a professor's presentation. And I had no idea what it was or why it was important until I actually became employed at a tech company. And then the gap between what I thought and what I then knew was so large. Accessibility now is taken, it's expected. It's hard to imagine creating or shipping a product that's, forget national, global or national, that doesn't have accessibility considered as part of its design, that's not marketed to people with disabilities, that doesn't have support systems to enable them to use it well. So part of the realization at Facebook, and also certainly part of the mission of Teach Access, is to enable not only the students to learn about this as they become prepared for the workplace, but what we learned was the academic professors who are teaching these courses aren't prepared. They didn't learn it. They haven't been asked to support it. They're not yet writing books and chapters and curriculum. And so that's the work that Teach Access is trying to do, is bridge the gap between the best practices that are being implemented today, every day in technology companies and others, and bring that back to professors and educators to say, here's how it's really being done. Here's how you can teach it. Here's how you can evaluate that work. Let's now create textbooks. Let's create courses. Let's start to work closer together with the accessibility specialists in industry and advocacy groups who represent people with disabilities, and of course, the learning institutions. So we have a lot of work to do. We can get this done, but it's going to take some effort.
All right, thank you. Thanks, Mike. Just one last question for you, because I know when I worked in industry, I got this question a lot. So how do you, what's the extent that you work or collaborate with your competitors for solutions in the public interest?
I think one of the most surprising things for people who don't work in tech or live in the area, I happen to be coming to you from Silicon Valley in California. And it is, I think, probably quite shocking to people to find out how collaborative the accessibility experts in these technology companies are. We used to have, when we could get together before COVID, offsites where we would talk and share and have dinners and exchange ideas and collaborate on things that we could work on together. Teach Access is just one of those examples, but there's many others. And the professionals in this field are incredibly open and giving. And it's quite surprising to learn that companies that appear to be incredibly fierce competitors, which they are, can also be incredibly collaborative and help. And especially for something like accessibility for people with disabilities, it's something that these companies do care quite a bit about. They're investing a lot of time, money, and people into this field. And they're open to sharing those to create more experts and raise the tide. So thanks for that question. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you. Professor Jeffrey, that's it from the chat.
Well, thank you very much. And thank you especially for the question about how to sort of build, more the answer about professors, because I'm certainly one of those professors who was not taught about accessibility. And of course, like most professors, I try to pretend I know everything when I'm in class. So it's, I really appreciate initiatives. And thank you also to Pedro and Isabella for a very interesting presentation and getting us to think about children, and also the talk we started off with, Mr. Bester's talk that really focused us on ethics and thinking systematically about that. So at this point, I think we have a moment to actually, I'm going to stop so that we can take about a 3 to 5 minute break, because we have, I'm sure most of you need to stretch your legs, stretch your mind a little bit, and then we'll rejoin at, I think, about 12:10, 12:11. That's Mountain Time, so whatever it is in your time. So thank you all to all of our speakers, and take a break now.
Hello, hello. We are back again for the AI for IA conference in observance of the International Day for the Universal Access to Information 2020. Under the theme, Access to Information, Saving Lives, Building Trust, Bringing Hope. I am your moderator for session 3, Erica Simmons, the Executive Director for the Center for Digital Innovation at the Caribbean Maritime University. Our topic for this session, AI and digital technologies, implications for human rights, justice, and inclusive development. Joining me today is a wonderful lineup of speakers and experts on this topic, of which I'm happy to introduce. And we're going to introduce everybody first so that they can get into their presentations. I'd like to first introduce Isabella Ferrari, Brazilian federal judge, PhD candidate, New Law Institute academic coordinator, Harvard Law visiting researcher, and advisor at the Future Society. We're excited to have you here, Isabella, to speak about algorithmic justice. We are also joined by Juan Barata. Juan is an intermediary liability fellow on the program on platform regulation at the Cyber Policy Center at Stanford University. He is here to talk to us about AI and the promotion and use of AI in times of crisis, like the pandemic that we're currently in. Welcome, Juan. Next, we have Jill Clayton. Jill is the Information and Privacy Commissioner of the province of Alberta, Canada. She has some interesting information to share with us about concerns around transparency of AI. And she will also enlighten us on the topic of synthetic data. Thanks for being here with us, Jill. And finally, Dr. Fatima Rumate. She is a professor of international law at the Mohammed V University, the president of the International Institute of Scientific Research in Marrakesh, Morocco, and member of the UNESCO Ad Hoc Expert Group for the recommendation on the ethics of artificial intelligence. I believe this is the same group that Edson was just on. I would like to welcome this very distinguished panel of speakers, and just to remind you of a few housekeeping items before we begin. The format for this session, I've asked everybody to speak for about 10 to 12 minutes, and we will go sequentially one after the other. I will also invite you to add questions in the chat and also use our social media hashtags today, Right to Know and Access to Info Day. Okay, let's start. This topic of AI and digital technologies and the implications for human rights, justice, and inclusive development is fundamentally important to all of us now, and we need to wake up and pay attention to what's happening. We're going through a transformation as the digital world is intersecting with more and more of our lives. The story of digital technologies and the impact on our lives is perhaps now forever intertwined with our experiences of the global pandemic COVID-19, the moment that many refer to as the global reset. We're standing at a crossroads now, and we have some decisions to make that could impact future generations to come. Last week, the UN Secretary General said that the digital world is not safe, and that globally, we have to make laws and policy to better connect, respect, and protect people in this space. Right now, as a people on this planet, we don't have very good control over the digital world. There are many things to consider, and implications of our decision today can last a lifetime. So today, our discussion with this panel of experts will hopefully bring some clarity about what we're facing. So to start, I would like to ask Dr. Rumate to begin by talking about artificial intelligence, ethics, and human rights law. Dr. Rumate, welcome. You may begin. Dr. Ramate, you're on mute.
Yes. Yeah, now it's okay. Thank you. So, thank you for this. First, I want to thank the organizers for this wonderful invitation to discuss or to contribute to this pleasant and challenging exchanges around very important topic, which is artificial intelligence and its impact in our lives. My presentation is about artificial intelligence ethics, and I'm trying to share my screen. My presentation is about artificial intelligence ethics and human rights and international human rights law. The pandemic COVID-19 is accelerating the transition to society based on the massive use of artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is strengthening the role of transnational cooperation in international society at the expense of the role of governments and states, while companies' investments in artificial intelligence are motivated by economic profits. States are left with the responsibility of guaranteeing human rights. I will just speak about few examples of human rights. First, we have a right to life, and I will not speak about all the international mechanisms, but I will focus on two. First, the Charter of UN, and the second one is the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Concerning the rights to life is contained in all international mechanisms, but the growing investment of lethal autonomous weapons is a real threat to this right. Worldwide, spending on robotics is expected to reach 67 billion by 2025, and more than 16 billion will be dedicated only to military sector. What about freedom? The key question here is, how can we ensure freedom of expression when public opinion is influenced by artificial intelligence? And we are receiving all the time a lot of information from social media. This information influence and guide sometimes the public opinions. Artificial intelligence is considered as a new weapon because it's used by states and also by other actors to influence global issues by creating targeted propaganda, analyzing mass collected data, and manipulating videos. It creates also, artificial intelligence are used also to create content, to filtrate and select information. Sometimes they cover some information and they keep others trending. What about privacy? Also, we have this right included in several international mechanisms, but on the other hand, we have risks imposed by artificial intelligence, which can provide detailed pictures of an individual's movement, as well as predict future movements and location using tools as cell phone location and satellite imagery and face recognition, etc. It could therefore easily be used by governments to facilitate more precise restriction of the freedom and the movement at both the individual and the group level, and also it can be used by foreign actors who are targeting political changes. Like Facebook transparency reports show us, governments can request for account information and for content removal. The World Health Organization has stated that free access to scientific data is the only way to combat the pandemic. Then, member states are obliged under the international health regulation to develop public health surveillance systems that capture data for their COVID-19 response. But the problem here is that surveillance can quickly traverse the blurred line between disease and population surveillance. What about the right to work? Automation pushes us to think more to the right to income, and we experienced this during this health crisis. What about the limits of international law? It's traditional comparing it to artificial intelligence innovation, which grows faster than international law and then diplomacy. Interpretation of this law by artificial intelligence is problematic. Translation of some notions like well-being, peace, and dignity by algorithms is a real problem. And international law doesn't contain any restriction concerning the violation of human rights by artificial intelligence from designers to users of these tools. Then we have ethical framework, or what we call also soft law. International laws, international society needs now more than at any previous time to consider the ethic of artificial intelligence. Several international organizations are focusing on this topic: OSCE, the Council of Europe, Group G20 or G7, and African Union. But the first global standard setting instruments on the ethic of artificial intelligence is the project on what UNESCO focus now, and which was launched by UNESCO since November 2019. But here also, we have some limits. The ethical framework, yes, we have the significant efforts to regulate artificial intelligence made by our international organizations. But this ethical framework could guide, and this ethical framework could guide debate around legislation and public policies. Therefore, these instruments are not binding. And also, we can say a lot of divergence between these ethical instruments, 5 principles here and more than 5 in other instruments. And also, there is no common definition of artificial intelligence. As a conclusion, COVID-19 is accelerating the transition of international society to a new world order. New powers, new phases of war, new forms of slavery, new tools, but also new generation of human rights. Consequently, rethinking international human rights law and the creation of binding mechanisms is an obligation rather than choice. States now are giving more importance to health at the expense of other fundamental rights as privacy, liberties, education, work, etc. This means we are seeing now an organization of fundamental human rights as recommendations, or if you want, as an add value to all recommendation contained in the draft of recommendation published by UNESCO. We have, or I suggest that international society need now to rethink first international law, especially the UN Charter. Second, all member states, all states need to focus on the harmonization of national legislations with all the reforms we will have and with all this ethical framework we already have. Why not the creation of multilateral convention under the UN on ethics of artificial intelligence? Enhancements of the international cooperation, bilateral and multilateral, on ethics of artificial intelligence is also necessary. Then we have also the importance to launch a dialogue with civil society in national and regional and international level to ensure the inclusion of all in issues related to ethics and ethics of artificial intelligence. And here I'm thinking also to the importance of the creation of bridge between engineers and other experts in other fields, social sciences and experts in international law, etc. The importance also of the creation of special grants for small countries to reduce technological divide between the South and North, and inside small countries between rural and urban regions. Here some references you can check later. Thank you for your attention, and I'm ready for your questions.
Okay, thank you. That was such a really good presentation. Lots of things for us to think about and unpack. We do have some questions for you, but we are going to take them at the end. Now I'm going to ask Juan Barata to come on to tell us a little bit about AI and using artificial intelligence in a crisis. Juan?
Thank you. Thank you very much. First of all, thank you, of course, for the invitation. And I also would like to wish every one of you happy Access to Information Day. I think it's very important that despite the...
Okay, Juan? Okay.
Yes, everything okay? Yes. No, I was saying thank you very much, and I was also saying happy Access to Information Day to everyone. Because I think that despite the circumstances, it is very important that we still mark this day and we celebrate it through a proper discussion on this matter. So what is, I mean, I would like to stress at the very outset of my presentation that something that has already been mentioned several times, that freedom of information is a human right related or connected to freedom of expression as protected as a human right in Article 19 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, but also the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. And here I would like to stress the fact that freedom of information as a human right has two meanings, or it can be, I mean, considered from two angles. The first angle is that freedom of information means the right to access to information or the right to know. That is to say, the right to have access to information, to documents that is in the hands of the public powers, public institutions. And this is the way we understand right to access to information as it is marked today. But I think it's also important to stress that the right to freedom of expression also entails the right, or let's say the prohibition for states to interfere in the dissemination and most importantly, in citizens having access to information that is publicly available in general. So that would be, let's say, a more broader understanding of the right to freedom of information in the sense that we have the right to access to all the information that is publicly available, and the state has no power to interfere in this access. Well, focusing on the first angle, because this is the topic we are mostly interested in, it's clear that in this time, in this context of pandemics, some states have decided to restrict the right to access to information. We've seen in many parts of the world states saying governments via emergency decrees, laws, etc., for example, the procedures with regards to access to information requests are suspended. It is not possible to file any more access to information requests during this period because we are in an emergency. And even when it comes to the, let's say, broader perspective of the right to access to information, we have seen a state saying, you journalists cannot report about the COVID unless you use information that is provided by the state. So citizens, I mean, the only information that citizens must have access to is the information provided by state authorities, and any other information, any other source of information becomes illegal, so that journalists cannot use it as a source for reporting. So we see these two areas for restriction that I think that are particularly problematic, both of them, and I think they deserve, I mean, some analysis and some consideration. And first of all, it has to be said that the UN Rapporteur on Freedom of Expression, the UN Human Rights Committee, the Inter-American Court of Human Rights, the Inter-American Commission of Human Rights have made many statements on human rights and particularly freedom of expression in the context of the COVID crisis. And it's important to say that basically what they have stressed is the idea that individuals and communities cannot protect themselves against the disease when information is denied to them. They need to have access to trusted sources. They shouldn't be the target of propaganda messages, and particularly public authorities should refrain from disseminating propaganda or false information in this context. Therefore, it's important here to stress that access to information in the context of a pandemic is important for healthcare professionals, because I mean, they need to have access not only to information at the national level, but also at the information that might be disseminated by other governments in the world, because this information in a global world, I mean, is of very important in order for them to understand how the pandemic is spreading. It is important for the public, because of course they need to know exactly what is going on, and they have access. Let's say that the public needs to have access not only to information provided by public authorities, but reliable information provided by specialized bodies within the public authorities, not just the president of the country saying, don't worry, everything's going to be okay, etc. That's not access to information. It's important that people who are specialized within the government, who have the knowledge, have the technical knowledge and the political neutrality, are able to provide this kind of information. And of course, for journalists, this is also important, because at the end of the day, also journalists are still intermediaries between government institutions and the public. So they need to be able not only to report on what the government, on the dissemination that the government is spreading, but also to report on in a critical manner. So they need to be able to analyze what the government is saying, to compare it with other sources, with other scientists, with universities, with researchers, so that the product that is provided by journalists is complete and citizens can really form their opinions. So there's a main conclusion here. So rather than supporting the imposition of limits to the right to freedom of expression and freedom of information, the current context of public health requires that public authorities provide special protection to the right to access to information and more broadly to the right to freedom of information. So, I mean, it's true that Article 19 of the Covenant says that freedom of expression, freedom of information can be restricted on the basis of the need to protect public health. This is something that is mentioned in international law. But in this context, I mean, this is not enough, I mean, in the sense of justifying a restriction, because considering, I mean, the idea of necessity, what is necessary here is not to restrict the right, but to particularly protect it. So I think that from the point of view of international law, this is very important. Of course, we also need to acknowledge that access to information may suffer some disruptions caused by the implementation of other restrictions in other rights. For example, I mean, if we have public officials who are in an office dealing with access to information requests, and these public officials have been sent home and don't have computers to work from home, or the access to certain offices has been restricted because it's not good to have all the public congregated, all the citizens congregated in one physical space, these may affect the way the right to access to information is served because of the indirect effect of these other measures that have been taken. But this is only acceptable in as much as this is strictly necessary to protect public health, and of course, in as much as the disruption is reduced to the minimum necessary to protect public health. So if there's a way, by limiting the amount of people, by establishing a queue out, by organizing a queue outside, by forcing everyone to wear masks, that is the solution to be implemented rather than just closing down an office, for example. So again, the goal in a public health crisis must be for governments to provide accurate information, and information that is, let's say, as accurate as possible. And if information cannot be completely accurate, the government must also say, look, this is what we know so far. So according to the, let's say, what scientists are telling us, this is what we believe is going to happen. But I think that governments also, the right to know also means that governments need to tell you what they don't know. They need to tell the citizens, well, we don't know about that. We don't know when this is going to end. We don't know if this vaccine will work. All these things, rather than pretending that they know everything and they have the solution to everything. So looking at this from perhaps a little bit broader perspective, also, and here now looking particularly into the possibilities of the use of the artificial intelligence, it's true that artificial intelligence can also be an instrument to enhance the fulfillment of the right to access to information. For example, when it comes to obligations of active transparency, proactive transparency, a proper artificial intelligence mechanism will help, if properly implemented, citizens to find information on a website, or even will help finding answers to a request without needing to use, let's say, human help in order to find something, because artificial intelligence can be extremely helpful in this sense. Let's say have a machine that understands the kind of requests that the citizens may have with regards to access to information, and also, let's say, kind of able to understand the requests that may come. It's also important to say that so far, despite what we have heard, some examples, some exceptions that we have heard, basically artificial intelligence has been used so far to get rid of bad stuff, not to get good stuff. For example, when it comes to terrorism, child pornography, etc., in the case of platforms, basically the use of artificial intelligence systems is to detect bad stuff and get rid of it. A big question here for governments, but also for platforms, is how to use artificial intelligence to promote good stuff. And I understand that it's far more difficult than just getting rid of a piece of content that is problematic. But something that we have seen already in the context of the pandemic is platforms like Facebook creating a special center where you can find reliable sources of information with regards to the disease. Something that, by the way, in the past, platforms said, we cannot do that. We don't have an algorithm that can promote the good stuff. So far, we are focusing on the bad stuff. But now, the pandemic has shown that, platforms can make an effort to create a special space where relevant information for the public, provided in many cases by public institutions, can be shown, can be made easily accessible in the context of a platform. Anyhow, I think that in terms of recommendations, the first thing that we need to take into account, and may sound obvious, is that in order to use artificial intelligence to guarantee the right to access to information, we need to have access to the internet. This may sound obvious, but we live in a context where governments, not because only of lack of resources, but also governments who say, we live in an emergency crisis, we cut down the internet, end of the story. And the internet is off because, we live in an emergency. Well, that's awfully bad because, this affects very much many fundamental rights, including the right to access to information. The second element is that, of course, the proper consideration of privacy issues. The third aspect is guaranteeing the respect for ethics, human rights, and this is something that has already been mentioned. And of course, when gathering information when gathering information in the context of a health crisis, respecting ethical principles and human rights is important. But it's also important to count something that I think hasn't been stressed enough, to count on a proper independent oversight mechanism to make sure that all these principles, ethics, privacy, human rights, are properly respected. Transparency from the point of view of platforms, but also from the point of view of government on how artificial intelligence is used. And I think that an important area we'll need to look into is the transparency in the way recovery funds that now governments will start getting from international organizations, the way recovery funds are managed. I think that this is the next discussion about access to information. And I think that here as well, artificial intelligence can also be a positive tool for that purpose. So I think that, the 2 minutes after the different threads that I got through the screen, I'm done. So I hope that I stick to the time. So thank you very much. In any case, I remain available for any.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Juan, for that wonderful presentation. COVID-19 has changed everything for all of us. And, we're living in a new world. Our next speaker, Jill Clayton, will be here to talk to us about AI and AI transparency. She is the Privacy Commissioner of Alberta. And Jill, I know you have some interesting information up for us to share.
Great, thanks so much, Erica. And thank you so much for the opportunity to be here today to present on this important topic. I'm really thrilled to be a part of this panel, and I've really enjoyed the comments so far. So thank you so much for the invitation. As Erica said, I'm the Information and Privacy Commissioner for the province of Alberta in Canada. And I am responsible for the oversight of 3 access and privacy laws. So first of all, the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act that applies to public bodies, the Health Information Act, which applies to entities in the health sector, and the Personal Information Protection Act, which applies to private sector organizations. So I really appreciated Juan's comments. My office typically hosts in-person events to recognize Right to Know Day. And we tend to focus on freedom of information laws, or in particular, the public's right to access government information. So I appreciated his comments, and particularly on freedom of information in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic. And I'd like to just take this opportunity also to draw everyone's attention to a public statement that was issued today by the International Conference of Information Commissioners. I'm a member of the governance working group for that group, the ICIC, and today's statement reaffirms the importance of access to information laws to build greater public trust in government, and particularly during the time of the pandemic. So that statement is available on the ICIC website and also on my office's website. So thanks for the opportunity just to highlight that. So I am the Information and Privacy Commissioner. Normally we talk a lot about access to government information. Today, though, I would like to be speaking about AI for information accessibility from the privacy side of my role as Commissioner. Starting with the Declaration on Ethics by Global Data Protection and Privacy Commissioners. And then I'm going to talk a little bit about a couple of approaches that I think hold promise to enable ethical AI. So the first topic I wanted to touch on is the International Conference of Data Protection and Privacy Commissioners back in October of 2018. They're now known as the Global Privacy Assembly. But back in October 2018 at the conference in Brussels, they passed a document called the Declaration on Ethics and Data Protection in Artificial Intelligence. And that declaration affirmed that increasingly challenged by the development of AI, and that the development should be complemented by ethical and human rights considerations. The declaration also pointed out that Some data sets used to train machine learning-based and artificial intelligence systems have been found to contain inherent bias, resulting in decisions which can, of course, unfairly discriminate against certain individuals or groups. And I think similar observations are made in the Secretary General's Roadmap for Digital Cooperation, which says that new technologies are too often used for surveillance, repression, censorship, and online harassment, especially of vulnerable people and human rights defenders. And that document calls for new approaches to advocate, defend, and exercise rights. So based on these and other realities, back in 2018, the Global Data Protection Commissioner Conference endorsed a list of principles for ethical assessment of AI initiatives, including fairness for individuals and groups, and accountability, such as ensuring independent oversight and transparency. The resolution also emphasizes the need for public trust and the need for international standards. We've heard a little bit about that so far, and international approaches to ensure human rights, human dignity, and information privacy are components of AI technologies that involve the use of personal information. And again, the same calls were made in the Roadmap for Digital Cooperation. So given that sort of background and international framework, I'd like to draw attention to two areas in particular that I think have the potential to ensure, or at least move towards inclusive development of AI and information accessibility for ethical AI. And those two topics are algorithmic transparency and synthetic data. So first of all, with respect to algorithmic transparency, I would like to see governments move towards more meaningfully ensuring that transparency when decisions are being made about or for individuals. So as we all know, governments are increasingly trying to find ways to improve efficiency in decision-making with limited resources, but increasing expectations. And in trying to do so, we have seen AI systems that exhibit a lack of fairness and transparency, which of course erodes the public trust that's necessary for successful adoption of these new technologies. Or worse, this leads to further oppression of vulnerable groups within society. You know, in a 2018 article, New York Times Magazine reported on an example that I think illustrates this point. So 2 different overburdened child welfare systems were using AI to assist in making decisions about children at risk of harm. One agency opted to partner with a nonprofit organization and private sector company that used a proprietary algorithm to assist with decision making. And the other partnered with academics and decided to build its own system from the ground up, building transparency in throughout the process. And in both cases, myriad factors were used to help determine the potential risk of harm for abuse and neglect, but only one group published those factors and how the factors were calculated or balanced by the algorithm. And it's not surprising that the option that built transparency into the process ended up succeeding. And I think that what this example exposes is the need for regulation. And this is something that we see in Europe's General Data Protection Regulation. Article 22 of the GDPR provides individuals with the right not to be subject to a decision based solely on automated processing, including profiling, which produces legal effects concerning him or her, or similarly significantly affects him or her. And we've seen something similar here in Canada. The province of Quebec has taken some meaningful steps to regulate automated decision-making in a bill to modernize its privacy laws, including the right for individuals to object to automated decision-making and to be informed of how a decision was made. So that law has not yet passed, so stay tuned. What we are seeing also, though, at the federal level is a directive that applies to federal departments to guide when an AI system is assisting in making decisions about or for an individual. I have to say, though, generally, Canadian privacy laws are falling behind on addressing the implications of AI on privacy rights. So that's why we're watching, certainly with a great deal of anticipation, to see how these other initiatives, for example, in Quebec with the bill, to see how that moves forward. On another front, another topic I wanted to talk about is the potential or the promise of synthetic data to enhance information accessibility for ethical AI. So in my view, generating synthetic data well, it is an AI or machine learning enabled method that has the potential to uphold privacy and maintain statistical integrity. So instead of masking or transforming or making more subtle changes to personal information in data sets, we usually think about de-identification. But instead, the data synthesis process takes an original or real data set and creates a new data set with identical statistical relationships, but removing the personal dimension. That's the goal. So the potential applications of synthetic data are widespread. And of course, one area in particular where I see synthetic data helping is in the health sector. Given the highly sensitive nature of individually identifying health information, we see often a reluctance to share health information, even if there are mechanisms and established health information laws that enable disclosing health information for research or perhaps for innovations in healthcare delivery. So on one hand, the conservative or risk-averse approach to sharing health information is a good thing on an individual level. And as my office knows well, with mandatory breach reporting in our health sector and our private sector, people who have their health information breached or disclosed improperly often feel violated, and certainly in malicious situations, information can be used against them. On the other hand, nobody is going to question that the statistical value of data sets cannot be overstated when it comes to health information research and innovations for healthcare delivery, particularly in the midst of a global pandemic. As the Secretary General's digital roadmap says, make reference to the fact that insights drawn from aggregated data, which were made public and shareable, played a crucial role in containing the Ebola outbreak in West Africa. So this is where I think synthetic data offers promise, and we've seen some initiatives here in Alberta that are looking at synthetic data. And once you can assure privacy, that is that the synthetic data set cannot be linked back to specific individuals, those data sets could be shared widely, even publicly, to assist governments and businesses and healthcare organizations in coming up with innovative ways to think about and act on data. So this promise of synthetic data, though, doesn't mean that the accountability and oversight provided by privacy laws disappears. So regulation remains for the collection, use, and disclosure of health or personal information for the original data sets. And of course, there's still a need at the very beginning and from the outset for strict contractual provisions, access controls, consent and notice, data minimization requirements, consistent purpose, incident response, information security, and various other legal requirements. Parameters are also required for the use or disclosure of the original data sets to create synthetic data sets, and certainly ethics board review and approval would be an important component as well. At the very least, they should be considered. It's part of building public trust. And I think also that independent information and privacy regulators such as myself should be involved and consulted, and again, some sort of oversight is really fundamental, again, partly to ensure public trust. And of course, there are still other challenges. So developing and developed nations alike don't necessarily have the privacy regulations that would be required to facilitate synthetic data. Additionally, the conservative approach to disclosing individually identifying health information is hardwired into many healthcare organizations and professionals. Mechanisms in current health information privacy laws that may allow for the creation of synthetic data sets, it's still important for governments to ensure policy and legislative frameworks more explicitly allow for such uses in a safe way. And to take that one logical step further, legislative frameworks are required at the outset for developing AI that is legal, fair, and just, particularly in the public and health sectors, and also for public and private partnerships. For example, if a synthetic data set is created from inherently flawed or biased data, it may protect privacy, but could exacerbate other human rights abuses. And additionally, as already mentioned, algorithmic transparency is important, but that alone may not be enough to build public trust if the factors on which a decision is made results in unfairness to an individual or a group of individuals. So as a result, these options, they don't fix a central problem of AI systems. And of course, better, more inclusive data is still required. So while some governments have taken steps in this regard, Further thought and action on these issues is needed as more decisions are made by deep learning technologies about or for individuals, with potentially significant consequences to human rights of an individual or to the autonomy of groups within society. And I think this is a challenge that we all face, and is an area where privacy commissioners globally are having discussions, are coming together, and are recommending change. So I will leave it at that. Thank you very much for the opportunity to participate today, and I look forward to any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jill. That was a really great presentation. Lots to think about. This session is the best session so far. We're getting tons of questions. So there will be, hopefully we'll have time for our Q&A after this. Now, I would like to turn it over to Isabella Ferrari, who is going to talk to us about algorithmic justice, some perspectives and some risks. Isabella?
Thank you, Ms. Simons. I'd like to first thank the organizers for having me. And I'd like to say that it's an honor to share this panel with my colleagues, Erica, John, Jill, and Fatima. And today I'm going to address a topic I love. I'm going to talk about algorithmic justice, risks, and perspectives. And when we observe the judiciary systems all around the world, we can clearly see a global tendency of adopting online courts. In this scenario, more than a mere enabler that just allows the practice of acts in an online environment, technology is really reframing the way we deliver justice, especially through AI tools. So AI is assisting judges in many ways. It is classifying lawsuits, suggesting precedents, and even drafting decisions. But as much as we envision the benefits that AI brings to the delivery of judicial services, as much as we think that AI might help countries all around the world deal with massive litigation, and believe me, I know that, I'm Brazilian. Here we have a backlog of almost 1 million lawsuits. And as much as we think that this is a fruitful and unavoidable path, we must consider the risks involved in adopting algorithmic decisions either to help or replace judges. So today, I'm going to talk about two of those risks. The first one is opacity that is ingrained in the operation of the biggest part of algorithms that are developed through AI techniques. And the second is the possibility that the adoption of those algorithms generates discriminatory effect after they have learned the implicit bias that exists in the data that our biased society produces. As we have limited time together, I will address an extreme example that illustrates both of those risks, the Loomis case. So the Loomis case took place in the American state of Wisconsin, where a risk assessment software named Compass had been used for some years to determine the possibility of bail. The software analyzes data of the person that was caught while committing a crime and indicated whether that person should be considered dangerous or not. A judge adopted this tool to decide if he should keep a man named Eric Loomis in prison during the lawsuit he was facing after being arrested while committing a crime. Compass considered that Loomis had a high risk of recidivism, and based on that, and only that, the judge decided he would keep Loomis in jail until the final ruling. Loomis lawyers filed appeals to Wisconsin and the American Supreme Court, asking to know the reasons why Loomis had been considered a dangerous person, and both of the appeals had been denied. The point is that Compass was not an in-house software that the judiciary had developed. It was a private software that was rented to do risk assessment. So not even the judges that were applying the tool and following its suggestions knew exactly how it operated and what determined its outputs. And worst, the ProPublica NGO audited the results of the software and found out that it was biased against Black people. So just by being Black, someone had 2 times more chances of being considered dangerous than a white person in the same situation. This example of Compass illustrates first the opacity of those tools. And we must remember that the algorithms that adopt AI techniques build their own programming. And as stated by Burrell, the opacity of those learners is a consequence of the high dimensionality of data, of the complexity of the code, of the variability of the decision-making logic. Because they employ thousands of rules, because their predictions are probabilistically combined in complex ways, due to the speed in the processing of the information and the multiplicity of operational variables, it seems beyond human capacities to apprehend most, if not all, of the decision-making structures that adopt machine learning techniques. Second, the opacity that is inherent to the operation of this kind of software might mask, at least temporarily, some of the problems of the decision-making process, such as discrimination. So although algorithms have a mathematical basis, they learned based on the data they're fed with. So through data mining, they may learn the prejudices of prior decision makers or even the widespread biases that persist in our societies. And as they're not spatially limited, they can become what Cathy O'Neill has called weapons of math destruction. As programmers say, garbage in, garbage out. So why am I pointing out those risks? And just to make it clear, it's not to say that we shouldn't adopt AI tools in the judiciary. And I would never say that, because the problems AI-informed decision-making has are pretty much the same problems human decision-making has. So when it comes to opacity, sometimes it's truly difficult to understand what is really going on a judge's mind. And if AI learns and replicates biases, it is because we humans have produced them. So the shift from human to automated or hybrid decision-making gives us the opportunity to discuss and address those problems. In Brazil, for example, the National Council of Justice has recently edited new regulation on the use of AI in the judiciary, demanding transparency, information, and auditability when those softwares are adopted, and the possibility of appeal. It also bans the possibility of adoption of softwares that are proved to be biased. UNESCO is also drafting a recommendation in the ethics of AI, paying attention to topics such as transparency, supervision, and human decision, and explainability. And Ms. Simons asked us to provide some policy recommendations on the topic that would be valuable worldwide. It's the second time I'm with her in a panel, and she never asks for easy things. So I've been thinking about the topic, and what I would say is what follows. First, every time this kind of tool is adopted in the judicial system, this information should be disclosed. It seems obvious, but it's not what happens in the real world. Second, there must be a clear explanation on the data gathering. As we said before, mistakes or biases that exist in the training data set will be incorporated and replicated by the algorithm. Third, more than the explanation on the data gathering, oftentimes only listening to stakeholders outside the judiciary, such as NGOs, civil society, etc., we can really realize that there is some sort of prejudice or implicit bias pattern on the data. So it is highly recommendable, especially when the AI tools will be adopted to take restrictive decisions in the public sector, that we adopt strategies like public hearings. Fourth, we should prioritize algorithmic structures that are less opaque if possible. This means, for example, choosing decision trees instead of neural networks. Fifth, we must rethink facial recognition tools inside or outside the judiciary. Facial recognition is the red flag of our days regarding mistakes and biases. And just to make it clear, I am not particularly against delegating some kinds of decisions entirely to AI tools. In Estonia, for example, they are developing a robot judge to decide small claims. And this seems to be a global tendency. And that's why it is time to start discussing where and for what we want to adopt AI tools in the judiciary, and what kind of mistakes we just accept that are made by humans. So to sum up, in the world we live in which technology is reframing all the fields, it urges that we stop what we're doing and really take a time to understand how AI works, understand its risks, and regulate it. And when I talk about the need of a regulation, it's not to kill innovation, but just to ensure the promising future that we're expecting from AI. Thanks for having me.
Thank you, Isabella. And yeah, you're right. It's the second time we're together and your talk is even more powerful than it was before. Thank you so much for that. So with that, we're at the presentations for all of our speakers. I'm going to ask Erin to come up. Are there any questions from the panel?
Hi, Erica. Thank you so much. There are a few questions from the panel. So let's kick off with Fatima. If you are still online, I hope, yes. The first question for you, how do you recommend that civil society and grassroots organizations engage with governments and intergovernmental organizations when dealing with ethics and AI?
Thank you, Erin, for this question. It's a really very interesting question. I think that we need to make a lot of efforts on different levels. First, on the rules and on the regulation in international law and in ethics. And then another effort should be focused on the public policies and how we can involve all actors in national level and also in international one on these issues. I think that civil society in both in national and international levels is a very important actor. Why? Because only civil society can ensure the bridge between international organizations and all actors in international level and citizens in local. I'm not thinking about talking about national or regional, but in local, in the small towns, in rural regions, and in rural, in urban places. So this role is very important, and I think we need here a lot of efforts need to be made by governments to make all roles which can facilitate the integration of civil society in this in the governance of all these challenges imposed by artificial intelligence. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Fatima. Yeah, thank you. And thank you very much for your presentation. It was extremely interesting.
Welcome.
Joanne, are you there? Yes. So this is actually a question that I had, so I'm going to push it forward. In South Africa, during the COVID crisis, our government, under a state of emergency, declared all fake news to be illegal. And any distribution of fake news was a criminal offense that would result in jail time. And this created a lot of concern for people, you know, with monitoring on social media sites and so on, to look for people who were distributing fake news. Do you think this was an overreaction by government? Do you think it's necessary for governments to go this far in a health crisis like this one? And do you think that this is possibly an avenue for future restrictions of freedom of expression if they use this as a platform to implement it later?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, I mean, it was not only South Africa. I mean, many parts of the world, including Europe, many state members of the European Union, or some of them, have also adopted this kind of legislation. I think that this is in clear contradiction of international freedom of expression standards. This is a completely unjustified, unnecessary restriction that also lacks legal certainty. what is fake, what is true. I mean, you're putting in the hands of the government and the Ministry of Truth, if you wish, or even a judge, the responsibility to draw the line. Moreover, even if you adopt a law that says you platforms, you need to get rid of content that is false, then the only thing that you are doing is delegating into the platforms this important power of restricting speech and deciding what is appropriate and what is inappropriate. So I think that there should be other mechanisms, particularly granting access to information, proper access to information through a pluralistic media environment, so on and so forth. Of course, there are specific areas where you can have a specific legislation. For example, advertising of drugs. There you can have legislation saying, well, this drug, this medicine cannot promise that it will cure everything. That would be a legitimate restriction for the sake of, let's say, protecting public health, but only in very specific cases and justified cases. So I think that this is not, unfortunately, governments have taken this opportunity as an excuse to restrict speech on these very vague grounds, but I think this is something totally unacceptable, honestly speaking.
Thank you so much. And thank you very much for your presentation. It was also very thought-provoking. Jill, thank you for your presentation. We've got a question for you that relates to legislation. So legislation takes much longer to catch up with real-life concerns. So as an Information and Privacy Commissioner, how does your office seek to address the gaps that are not yet covered by legislation or policies?
Well, thanks for that question. It's a really good question and something that we struggle with, frankly, on a daily basis. Ever since I've been commissioner, and for quite some number of years before I was commissioner and still working, in a regulator's office, that's always the challenge. How do we ensure that we're modernizing access to information and privacy legislation, and how do you keep up? It's impossible to keep up with the changes in technology. That's just a factor. So anytime we see something like that happening in some part of the world, so we see GDPR and we try to promote that here within Canada and certainly in Alberta, and point out, certainly with respect to information also, that information is flowing around the world, and privacy laws, for example, are not the barrier to information flowing. They're the foundation now. Information will not flow if you can't show that you have rigorous, modern, up-to-date legislation. And so that's an argument that we use. We're constantly trying to encourage governments to modernize legislation. As a commissioner, I make submissions to those review processes. Outside of the review processes, I also communicate to government what I think needs to happen should something arise where I think that the legislation needs to be changed. So sometimes outside of a regular review process, you might see a positive change to legislation. So for example, often this will come out of crisis too, but a couple of years ago, outside of a regular review of our Health Information Act, we saw the government move to bring mandatory breach reporting and notification into our health sector legislation. So there hasn't been an overall review and overall modernization of that law for many, many years, but there was an opportunity to make some changes. So we're watching to see what happens in other jurisdictions. Certainly in Canada, so we have a federal information commissioner, a federal privacy commissioner, and then many of the provinces, all of the provinces and territories have information and privacy commissioners or ombudspersons. We jointly come together, we cooperate, we consult with each other, we issue joint statements. We're members and supporters of international organizations to try to raise awareness. In the absence of legislative change, we try to provide guidance, develop frameworks that others can use to advance some of these ideas, but it is a very slow process, and sometimes we're gratified to see governments embrace some duties and obligations, even if they're not actually written out explicitly in legislation. So, we're always trying to encourage, and we take the opportunities that we can to promote, and then take the opportunities to participate in events like this. I think sometimes developing states and nations are maybe better positioned if they're not trying to revise existing legislation, but there's some pressure and some momentum to introduce new legislation. And maybe that's an opportunity to get it right and have legislation that is the 2.0 or 3.0 version. Sometimes I think that might be easier than trying to go back and modernize existing legislation. So,
particularly in data privacy, hey?
Yes.
Yes. Great.
Exactly.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And thank you for your presentation as well. And then finally, Isabella, I'm going to actually ask one very short question and then another longer one. You mentioned that facial recognition is a red flag for the judiciary now. So I wondered if you could just comment on that statement. I'd like to know why, particularly I know in sort of legal cases and so on, witness lineups and witness identification of people is often a question. So I do wonder, facial recognition, why is that a red flag? And then just a second question, in a human-centric approach to AI governance, should we not restrict AI only to data management systems in the court? And then if so, who would regulate this? Thank you.
So I think I'll start for the second question. You asked me about data management inside and outside the courts. Was that? Could you repeat, please? I had a...
Yes, sure. So the question was, in a human-centric approach to AI governance, should we not restrict AI only to data management systems inside the courts? And then if so, who would regulate this?
I think when we talk about AI regulation, the most important thing to realize is that it's impossible to design an effective and truly significant regulation if you do not combine the abilities of different stakeholders. So usually when we talk about regulation, we close ourselves in the legal field. Policymakers and lawyers, they usually design the regulations, but especially when we get to specific topics such as AI, it's really important to gather information from other fields, especially programmers. What I see and what I feel when I take a look at the regulations we are editing in Brazil and worldwide regarding AI is that many times people who design it does not really understand how AI works. So what they demand many times can't be achieved. For example, if you talk about fully transparency or human revision of all the kinds of decisions, it's in practice, it's really difficult, sometimes impossible. So this kind of dialogue is what is missing so that we advance from generic principles regarding AI regulation to something that could really change the scenario we're living in. And the first question was about facial recognition. So facial recognition tools have been bringing up a lot of discussion in different countries, especially about surveillance and the control of the population by authoritative governments, but also because of the mistakes and because of its disparate impact on different populations. So what we're seeing in the world is like a movement of the companies themselves to decide stop developing this kind of tools. I think that in the judiciary, if this is happening all around, this is something that we should consider before adopting these tools, either to find out who did what or to do predictive policing, etc. So I think it's really a red flag. We should rethink that.
Great, thank you so much. And also thank you for a really wonderful and interesting presentation. It's the idea of robotics in the judiciary is really something to think about and be both excited and concerned about in the long term. Thank you so much, Erica. I'm going to hand back to you.
Yeah, thank you, Erin, for leading that Q&A. That was excellent. I would like to extend, on behalf of our conference chairman, Cordell Green, our entire IFAP working group for information accessibility, thank you to our speakers in session 3. Thank you for providing your expertise and being a part of the International Day for Universal Access to Information 2020. That closes session 3. Thanks to all of you all for attending as well. And stay tuned for session 4, which is coming right up.
Good afternoon, good morning. Just check that everybody can hear.
Yep, just fine.
Excellent. We're going to move into session 4 here, and we have an exciting lineup of speakers. 3 speakers that we're going to have speak to us on the theme of mis, dis, and malinformation in AI for both a tool and a remedy. And I'm going to introduce each of the speakers in turn. And then after all 3 speakers, we will have a number of questions. I wanted to first introduce Lazarus Dokora, who is the Bendera University of Science Education and Zimbabwe representative. And Professor Dokora will give us a 15-minute talk here on a number of remarks on the critical economy of information. Professor Dokora, go ahead.
Thank you, host. I hope you can hear me. I'm sharing my screen now.
Yes, we can hear you.
My screen on?
Yes, your screen is on as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Some remarks on the critical political economy of information. Already this evening, for our side of the globe this evening, we have followed some of the discussions already. The chair of IFAP made some very important statements. She referred to information as verifiable, dependable. And there was also some good reference there to user-generated information. And of course, later in the discussion, we also were listening to the
Dr. Dokora, sorry to interrupt. Are you able to come closer to your speaker? There's a bit of interference and your sound is not optimal. Thank you.
Okay. Is that any better now, perhaps?
Yes, we can hear you better.
So following up on those comments I was making from following the predecessors who were in session 3 as well as session 2, it is important for us to have some take on the status of information. We start off from the view that the information is not neutral. And therefore, when we talk about a connected world, user-generated information, and perhaps corporations generating information, what are we sharing? All that is flowing is certainly not neutral. So the primacy of communication and media in national development cannot be discounted. You need information to do any central planning. It's important at the national level. It's important at the local level as well. Perhaps more importantly, I think, is what people can use in their community. I noticed Kate was talking about the kind of geopolitics of information. When she spoke about Europe, it was Europe in the individual. We talk about America, it was America and the transnational corporation. But in Africa, it's about communities. So again, that suggests a view of the status of information in that sense. So what sort of information attracts government or is generated by government, and what does the private media generate? And what about NGOs that are highly active in our part of the world, in Africa? What sort of information do they generate, and for what purposes? Recently, of course, we were attracted to the fact that most of the pictures that are taken in Africa are often taken by award-winning photographers, as if there's no perhaps capacity to take simple photographs in communities within the African countries themselves. Then the framers, from the popular authorization of public officials, follows their accountability to the people for the policies and actions undertaken while in office. The criterion, of course, of responsive government goes beyond accountability and to embrace the requirement that governments take note systematically of the full range of public opinion in the formulation and implementation of law and policy. And I think there was some bit of stay on this area to say the central cardinal responsibility of any state or government of a state in generating and being accountable to its people that way. And then, of course, you have the very interesting nexus between the business sector that migrates its business activities into the media area, and they own the media. If that then happens, how shall we know that the information we get is the correct information? And again, as I indicated, because information itself is not neutral, so it's just one of the business sectors that any business entrepreneur who is interested can enter into as a business. They must make money. So the sensationalization often accompanies that kind of packaging of news houses. So it's a very nice citation here, which refers to the Canadian experience. I spent some years there studying, and I think this reference was actually to Conrad Black, when the man who owned the politicians also owned the news media. Where do we turn to for our information? And then, of course, indicators of quality information. Again, these have to be debated and argued, as it were, but the basic outline would be adequate and sufficient to guide citizens into becoming purposeful in their own lives. In other words, generic information, public information, but with use value in individual citizens' lives. Otherwise, it's no use, and the citizens will not attach any importance to such information. And then, of course, harnessing artificial intelligence to amplify areas of concern. Cyclones, our country, Zimbabwe, has had Cyclone Idai in the last 6 months in one part of our province. Pandemics such as we have just gone through, or we are going through as of now, and other natural disasters. Then, of course, cultivating an information ecosystem where citizens can look back into and pick what they need to improve their lives and move ahead. Then, of course, blended information is best when it intersects with existing information levels to provide for difference or transformation. And I'll explain a little later on how that happens in a community. Science, technology, technical skills, and local languages must seamlessly interact. I think it's important to say local languages or indigenous languages, because very often living a life of translation has tended to create community members or those who live in communities as objects. Either they are objects of development, they are objects of study, etc.
they don't really feel part of a process that empowers and transforms their lives. And so science, technology, and technical skills themselves need to be embedded in the kind of day-to-day way of thinking about their lives, about their future, their children, their families, etc. Now, disinformation, I think there's been a very good fleshing out of what information ought to be, and from the Brazilian examples as well, that has also come through. But this rides on some contingencies, such as the political naivety of consumers. At the moment, and I use that example in bracket very advisedly, at the moment, the pandemic, COVID-19, has created a situation where you could say the whole globe, the global community, is now undergoing migrancy. Everyone has to restart, as it were. So who do you build a wall against? Because you too are in a migratory condition to a new status, to a new way of lifestyle on account of the imperatives that have been forced upon humanity by the pandemic. And then, of course, the various approaches in villages, making villagers look poorer in order to attract donor funding. This is a highly disempowering process, which happens in many of our countries at the receiving end. And notice that expression, the receiving end of aid, either through NGOs, through various technical cooperation agreements. Villagers may very well be asked to wear empty bags of grain so that those pictures can actually attract more funding for them. But what does it do to the human essence of those villagers? Does it make them look like everyone else, or does it make them perhaps appear to themselves as well as less than human beings? So again, what information are we transmitting about the target communities that we are ostensibly helping out? Dehumanizing for the purpose of helping them? Again, there's no comfortable sense of being there. Misconstructive information will pervade by non-state actors in African villages on the mirage of more aid to do better. No aid ever develops a country. The more aid there is, the more dependence is cultivated. And then the last point on that slide speaks to nucleation of the African family. I want just to give a snippet here to say, when aid is accounted for, how many families have you fed in a community? It often begins to say husband, wife, and the immediate children. But the African family in that community is not made up like that. What about my uncle? And in the indigenous language, you'll find you have to labor to say this is an uncle and not simply your senior father or an elder mother. They are all treated as part of that family. But because of that aid matrix, which requires that you count your immediate family, you are pushing, you are recreating, as it were, you are creating a new sense of family, specifically earmarked for receiving aid. And so the villagers learn to live a life in two parts. The life for the non-state actor when they come, and their life in the ordinary way that they do, with the relations and so on, and they depend on each other. Now, here's a quick example showing the 1987 statistics against the 1998 statistics, where income poverty by region is given by the World Bank, and it uses anyone earning less than $1 per day is in the category of poor. And these were the statistics, and between the two periods, it shows, therefore, that you have that first period there, 11 million. And by 1998, Europe and Central Asia, you had more poor people. And then Asia and Pacific, 417.5. And you can see there was a lower figure in the 1998. But I want to move quickly to the Caribbean, where I think part of this conference is, has resonance. In 1987, it had 63 point something there. And by 1998, poverty had increased. Our own region, Sub-Saharan Africa, you can see 217 there, and the increase to 290. And that in the face of a massive input of NGO actors in the area. In our own country, Zimbabwe, for instance, we have over 3,000 NGOs attempting to make a difference in the communities. But again, you need to look at how they work and whether that work translates to the empowerment that gives communities capacity to improve themselves. Malinformation, and I want to give an example here of our own country again, and the facts are very straightforward, or they appear very straightforward. And this can best be exemplified as I indicate here. How to use factual, historical facts that are there. You can see them, read them, about them, and then see how that then gets transmuted, as it were, into labeling the country otherwise. In January 1979, and for the information of some of our audience, Zimbabwe became independent in 1980. So I'm giving the statistics just a year before independence. And this is in 1979, there were 2.5 million people in access on a rural land. And this is not information that came later, but information that was published at the time by these researchers, Roger Riddell and so on. So 2.5 million people crowded in a rural land. The second point there is that there was 60% idle land on farmlands held by a racial minority, about 4,500. I mean, you think about it, a very graphic description offered there. 60% of the land held by a few people, 60% of it is actually idle. And then that which is being used, part of it, where is it allocated to? To livestock. And look at number 3. 1 head of cattle, according to Mills, 1974, page 19, required 5 hectares of land in the colonial state. That's a smart figure to remember. 5 hectares of land for 1 head of cattle. Now, one family in the land reform program, one family, and you take an ordinary family in Zimbabwe, 6, 7 family members. One family today under the resettlement program is allocated 4 to 5 hectares under the A1 land reform plan. In other words, literally translating into that space that was equivalent to 1 head of cattle is now able to house, as it were, or sustain a family of 6, 7 people. And yet, these facts as they are become obscure as the country perhaps begins to receive all kinds of negative publicity. But why? When the facts appear clear enough. Patterns of information availability and the consumption role. How is this information generated? And who consumes the information? If CNN or some global media house publishes something, then perhaps everyone else pays attention. But a small country may have challenges getting heard. And yet you would imagine that in a global world, where all countries are sovereigns, generating information in one sovereign to another or one sovereign in a global flow should enable the kind of exchange of information that helps diffuse unnecessary tensions and pays attention to the actual human story that is carried by poor people in the condition such as we now have, a condition of migrants for all. Critical thresholds in the rural-urban migration. I think Daniel Lina, in his studies in Turkey years back, were talking about a 15% critical threshold in the migration to get to the kind of urbanization. Well, Zimbabwe is not that urbanized. We have 68.7% of our population in rural areas. Thank you. And then, of course, the place of traditional media, such as radio and television, these still have a long reach, a deep reach into the communities as instruments of development information, as it were. The universal condition of migrants, I've already referred to this, which has been created by the COVID-19. Then, of course, as I indicated, power relations and information. These speak to each other. Power is an aspect of information generation. And indeed, even at the global level, that is an experience that is informed by our common humanity across the globe. And then the survival kit, critical thinking in the face of a flow of post-truths, alternative facts, and so on. So we need to train our people, to inform our people in the universities and colleges. Basic information literacy and numeracy statistics, they must understand. Business and financial literacy, otherwise we'll be at the receiving end. And we must also encourage our people in participatory citizenship. And of course, we think that associations, solidarities, and so on become important in this journey where we are all migrants and we must restart together, hopefully to create a fairer world. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Decora. We're going to go immediately to Anthony now. Professor, sorry, one moment here. We're going to go immediately across to Anthony Clayton. Professor Clayton is going to review the role of AI in regulating the abuses of social media. Professor Clayton is the chairman of the Broadcasting Commission of Jamaica, as well as professor of sustainable development at the University of West Indies, Jamaica. Professor Clayton, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Jared. Can you see my slides?
Yes.
Yes.
Very good. Okay. Well, as probably a number of the speakers have already said, we're at a really critical point in human history. We're on the brink of the fourth industrial revolution, and the transition to a digital, social, and economic set of structures is already opening up an astonishing new array of opportunities, opens the way to vastly more efficient cities, transport systems, energy systems, water systems, and so on. But a lot of this progress is now seriously jeopardized by the fact that we're also looking at a very fast rate of growth of problems in cyberspace. Cybercrime is now by far the world's most rapidly growing and lucrative form of crime, and we really do not as yet have any effective answers. The rate of innovation is extremely high, unfortunately, and cyber criminals have demonstrated enormous agility in identifying and moving into new areas of undefended space. We're also seeing the penetration of social media in particular by terrorist networks. I'll say a little bit more about that in a minute. And more generally, a number of countries where we're seeing the use of social media specifically to undermine democracy, encourage extremism and violence, and destroy the basis of trust in society. Now, if we do not manage to resolve these issues, then a lot of the potential of the transition to a digital economy and society will be jeopardized. Let me give you a couple of examples. Islamic State were the first of a new generation of terrorist networks that realized the potential of social media. And they used this very effectively to control the narrative, broadcast propaganda and atrocities, and recruit disaffected youth from around the world. By 2015, they were up to about 200,000 posts per day, which helped them significantly to recruit. They recruited over 40,000 foreign nationals from over 110 countries to either come to Syria to fight or to carry out attacks in their own countries. And they also used this to disseminate information. He reported 54,000 websites with information on how to construct improvised explosive devices posted online by Islamic State in the space of a year. And 2/3 of that information was shared within 2 hours of posting. So in other words, it's not just about reaching out to disaffected youth anywhere in the world, it's about giving them the information that they need on how to construct IEDs from chemicals that can be basically household chemicals or chemicals that you can find fairly readily. This is now becoming extremely threatening. This was something of a turning point. This was the Christchurch massacre in March of last year. What happened was this man, Brenton Tarrant, killed 51 people and injured another 49, wearing a helmet-mounted camera. He live-streamed the massacre on Facebook. In the first 24 hours, YouTube had 1 upload per second on the platform. Facebook took down 1.5 million videos and blocked another 1.2 million at the point of upload. But the material is still there. It can still be found months later. And this attack was then copied by others in a number of other countries. And this is the problem. This was deliberately designed and intended to be a social media massacre, perhaps the first that we've really experienced in the West. And the UK's national coordinator for the counter-extremism program warned that terrorists who self-radicalize using online material are now by far the greatest terrorist threat to countries like the UK. This is much more dangerous now than traditional recruitment by a terrorist organization in other countries. The coordinator went on to say that there was an explosion of material inciting violence and that young and vulnerable people, in particular, those with mental health issues, were being targeted. Now, here's the problem. The volume of media content is far too great to allow for human screening. Every minute, there's another 500 hours of video on YouTube, another 250,000 photographs on Facebook, another 500,000 comments on Facebook, and over 30 million WhatsApp messages. This is every minute. It would take you an entire lifetime to view the content that's uploaded to YouTube every day. So this is simply beyond human capacity to regulate. So we have to think about automated regulation, but there are still some really significant technical problems. The first is bias, because how we train algorithms is they search existing databases. Unfortunately, this means that any bias that's in the existing database, the one that's used for training, is going to be picked up. And we've already learned this with, for example, with crime predictive as a software that learns from police reports. But then the problem is that it picks up on any biases in the police reports, and these are then reflected in the predictions. Another major problem is context. Words are modified by context, and they're also modified by intonation. Simply by changing the inflection, I can reverse the meaning of a sentence. It's really quite difficult to explain that to an algorithm. The third point is that language evolves. It evolves very rapidly, especially street language, where you can be dated if you're not immediately abreast of changes in speech language and street language, even a matter of weeks. So it's the fact that you've got the ability to pick up some part of what's going on may not stay with you for very long. In other words, you have to commit to constant retraining of the algorithm. And the fourth point is that information that's actually deliberately misleading, misinformation, can be disguised in such a way as it looks legitimate. And we've seen this, for example, with misinformation about vaccines creating all sorts of scare stories to try and persuade people not to get their children vaccinated, which are presented in a pseudo-scientific manner that makes them look credible, and therefore they're probably not going to be picked up by anything which is actually checking for veracity. So these are serious technical problems that we still have to resolve. So my best guess is that algorithms will play an essential part in terms of reducing the volume of material that has to be screened. Some problematic items can be red flagged, but they can't yet, we're nowhere near them being able to replace humans in the final round of screening. So I suspect that for now at least, the solution is going to involve a combination of improved algorithms and a tiered structure with human screening at the top. But the other strategy, which increasingly now is a vital part of the regulatory response, is the promotion of digital literacy, because the malware, the malicious disinformation that's out there only really has an effect on people who really are not prepared and not aware of the amount of bad new information that's out there and how to be more discriminating. So a very important part of what we have to do is we have to start, and this has to start in schools, to train people to utilize, make full use of the potential, the wonderful potential of digital resources, but at the same time, be on their guard against malicious content. This will not stop the problem entirely, but it will help to mitigate it. Now, I think it's very important to understand that these are not just technical challenges. There's also a range of legislative challenges which also have to be resolved if we're going to come up with an effective regulatory response. And here are some of them. First is that most international law on terrorism does not apply to cyber attacks because you can't necessarily identify the physical harm. Cyber attacks are still seen as, quote, merely disruptive, unquote. Of course, if someone's going to hack your air traffic control systems, that is clearly no longer the case. The second problem is it can be very hard to identify the perpetrator. And if you discover, for example, that an election in the US is being hacked by a Russian troll factory, are they in fact state agents or are they independent? Third problem is that most regulators can't demand that technology firms based abroad take down content because they don't have jurisdiction. The fourth problem, and there's been a lot of controversy about this, is encryption. Encryption is actually very important, especially to, for example, dissenters in totalitarian states, but it also makes criminal and terrorist activity invisible to law enforcement. So we're going to have to try and figure out a solution to this, and that's really a fairly intractable problem. And the final point is that we have to be very sensitive to the fact that if we start taking down suspicious content without an unambiguous link to violence, then the bad guys will portray this as censorship, which actually supports an extremist narrative of persecution. So you have to be very sensitive to how your actions will be perceived. My guess, therefore, is that in future, we are going to have to move towards some form of greater regulation of cyberspace, because no country can tolerate the fact that people can now reach into your country and motivate disaffected youth and people with mental health problems to go out and start killing people. We will have to rely to a great extent on automated content monitoring systems, and we will have to give additional legal responsibilities to social media and technology firms. The fundamental challenge is to find ways to limit some of the extreme harms that are being caused while protecting democracy, freedom of expression, and a reasonable level of personal privacy, which is why I believe that the solution will almost certainly be a hybrid one, and it will combine a raft of measures, including regulation, sanctions where appropriate, but also a major emphasis on education and on reputational pressure on some of the companies involved. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your time and attention.
Thank you, Professor Clayton. A very somber but very important warning, I think, very timely as well. Let's go right over to Professor Diogo Cortes. vein of time, we're going to jump right in. Professor Cortez quickly is a professor at Pontifical Catholic University of Sao Paulo and a researcher at NIC Brazil. And Professor Cortez is going to speak to us on the technical challenges of AI ethics. Go ahead. Sorry, you're muted, Professor Cortez.
All right. Thank you. Can you see the presentation?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
All
we
right.
can hear you.
So, all right. The idea of my talk is to discuss about online harms that like misinformation, disinformation, hate speech, and how we can use artificial intelligence to try to deal with challenges. This challenge is very complex, so I don't think there is just one technical solution, but I will present here the challenges, like the ethical and technological challenges we have to face this problem. As Professor Anthony presented to us in his presentation, the problem that we have in online media, especially social media, and here I include everything like from Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, and also now TikTok. So we have a huge volume and it's very, very quickly. So the speed is very, very amazing. Just to have a context, I brought here a slide from the Code of Conduct on Countering Illegal Hate Speech Online from European Commission. That's a project to deal with this kind of content. And they say that the IT companies, majority the social media companies, they committed to reveal all the notifications from contents in about 24 hours. So in the last report, they reached an average about 89%, okay? And they removed about 72 illegal hate speech that was notified. But when we go to this process, you see that this process was mainly executed or done by organizations like civil society organizations. It was about 39 organizations from 26 member states. And the total of notification was about 4,000 notification. It's like far from the number that we see like ISIS that was 200,000 posts per day. So here we have difficult that the volume is very, very great. It's amazing. Like we have millions of posts per minute worldwide. And we have different platforms. So it's like very difficult to have just one, just like monitoring, like human monitoring all the information flow. So maybe machine learning can help us on this. And now I'm present a real project that we are working on together with the university in Brazil and also the Queen Mary University of London to work on tools to help to detect like hate speech and misinformation on social media. So the idea is not to bring a whole solution. It's like an academic and scientific research to see if it's possible to detect some illegal content like hate speech or something like is not current with the terms of use from the social media platform. So I will show the whole process, like the whole pipeline to train this model. And I will present like the technical challenges and also the ethical challenges in all the steps that we have. So first of all, the idea in the end is to have a model, for example, to detect hate speech or misinformation in Portuguese, okay? So first of all, we need data. So many in all the projects regarding hate speech and misinformation, we have one first step, that's data collection. We need to collect the data because we need real data. We can work with, for example, synthetic data, that's data generated by journalists or so on, but there is a big difference. And the performance in the model is very different because we have, like, as Professor Anthony told us, we have like the street language. So we need to be more close to the reality as possible. So we collect, like, it's like the whole process, not I, but the whole academics and companies collect examples from Twitter, from Reddit, from social media, from forums. So here we have two problems or two challenges that we need to do. One is privacy, because we are collecting data generated from different users, okay? And we also have a problem of representativity, because we need to choose very well, for example, the communities that we are collecting data and the places and daytime. I mean, every decision can in some way harm the representativity of the data. So here is one example of the challenges that we have. We can deal with privacy, for example, using the anonymization process, but sometimes it's not enough. We can try to deal with differential privacy and so on. But those are two challenges, ethical challenges that we have. As soon as we collect examples from social media, from Twitter, from YouTube, we need to annotate the data, because the system will be trained in a supervised learning way. So we need to teach our model that, oh, it was hate, oh, it was not hate, or it was misinformation, it was not misinformation. We need to annotate this data. So here we have one more ethical problems that we discuss a lot, that is bias, because we need to select the annotators, like humans that will annotate this data. So we also need representativity, because, for example, for each sentence that we collect, we need at least 3 humans annotators, okay? So we need to work on representativity. Otherwise, we'll face a bias problem, okay? Then we'll use this data collected and annotated to train our model. And as soon as we train our model, we can test our model. And here we can face 2 challenges, 2 ethical and technological challenge. That one is explainability. For example, I'm training a model to detect hate speech, for example. And it's our case. For example, we train a model in Portuguese to detect hate speech. And if you look at the accuracy of this model, it's about 90%. So it's very high. But my question is to myself, because I was leading this project, what is hate speech that my model is detecting? So we have a problem of explainability. And if we have a problem of explainability, we can have like the freedom of speech violation, because so the idea here is just to explain the the complex process to train one model to detect online harms, that is hate speech, misinformation. And here I agree with Anthony that we will need to automate this, but like not the final answer, but like put like head flags in the content. So it could be one process, but we also need with all those challenges, ethical and technological challenges. And just to finish, we also need transparency and inclusion. For example, in our case, we released all the code and the data set on GitHub, that's a repository for code and etc. And ask society, the technical community, academics to work with us to understand the model and also improve it. So I think that for this complex problem, we need an integrated process. And I also agree, this talk is just to show the technical and ethical challenges for this kind of tool that will play an important role to keep like a health ecosystem on the web, on the internet. But we will also need to work with and put a lot of efforts on this ethical and technological challenges. So that's all. Obrigado, thank you. And here is my contact.
Thank you, Professor Cortez. I'm going to turn it over to Erica, who's going to walk us through a number of questions for each of you. Erica.
Yeah, Jared, I am back. I'm back. Okay, so a possible question. What is the role of understanding language, tone, and nuance in interpreting the data on social media posts, etc., to classify them as hate speech? Every language and every culture has its own way of interpreting that. So is there a model that we could put together for understanding that across different cultures? I don't know who would like to take that topic.
Yeah, I can say some words about that. Yeah, that's one challenge because we have like different, that's one interesting question, because we have different data sets for different languages. So we have, for example, a huge data set for hate speech in English that was collected, for example, by people in UK, for example, for the Alan Turing Institute. And we can, technically speaking, we can train a model in English to work in Portuguese, because those more recent models are very good for this kind of cross language training, okay? But the problem is like representativity. And I give you one example. For example, I was working as visiting professor at the Queen Mary University of London. So I was using some data sets from Europe, from Spanish to Portuguese. I live in Brazil, from English, British, UK, English to Portuguese. But we realized that some problems are very specific for cultural. For example, we here in Brazil, we do not have a big problem like Islamophobia, okay? So, but this kind of hate speech was very present on those kind of data sets. So basically, we are not trying this cross-cultural training, but trying to collecting and generating data sets for specific regions and for specific languages. Otherwise, it will impact the model performance.
Wonderful. Professor Clayton, would you like to add to that?
Yes, Erica, I think this is a really difficult problem, because as soon as you solve it, the language evolves. And there are all sorts of cultural references come into it constantly. For example, I'm sure you know the phrase to blue pill somebody. Now that's a reference to that movie, The Matrix, and it means telling somebody something that is nice but not true. But who would have known? I mean, seriously, if you hadn't seen the film, you wouldn't know what it meant to blue pill somebody. And now, of course, it's universal. So things like this happen all the time. In Jamaica, we thought about this problem of trying to identify issues in the language that people were using. We had an issue a little while back with homophobia, and a lot of our artists were, well, some of our artists were putting out material that had a lot of homophobic references, but you would not have understood any of them if you had not been familiar with Jamaican patois, which is a variant of English with other influences, but it has its own culture and its own dynamic. And there is no way that you would know, unless you're very familiar with Jamaican culture, that Battyman, for example, means somebody who's gay. You wouldn't know that. So if you use a standard language set, you're going to miss a lot of what is actually happening, a lot of what is most important. That's clearly a very difficult technical challenge. And it means that for the foreseeable future, we still have to have humans in the loop.
Okay, thank you, Professor, for that. Dr. Decoro, anything to add to that from Africa, from the perspective of Africa, perhaps?
Yes, thank you. I don't know whether I'm making it any easier at all or complicating it further. There's an expression in our country that says, I'm going indigenous or going native, which in terms of fashion, it's an attractive, appellation to an expression. You're taking the colorful clothes and, being free and relaxed and so on. But it can also have a very terrible kind of historical denotative meaning to it. Don't be native when it meant, you are being crude, you are being, those kinds of things. So I agree with Professor Anthony that some of these things are highly context-bound, localized, and it would be very difficult to kind of find a universal technical barrier to hate speech unless it's located within a given context. That would be my take on it. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a very good perspective. And I just would like to add another dimension before I close this chat out. How would the algorithms have classified speeches by Nelson Mandela, Fidel Castro, or even Jesus for that perspective when he dealt with money changers in the temple? So this whole concept of what's acceptable over time and cultural norms over time, they change. So any just last perspective on that? How would they treat the speech of Fidel Castro or who at the time that was very explosive language to be able to talk like that and could have been potentially censored for that type of language? So how do we treat with that?
Erica, can I comment on that? I alluded to this briefly when I talked about the problems. It's not just a technical problem, there's also issues in legislation and the definitions of terrorism and crime and so forth. There are cases where it's completely unambiguous. For example, we don't tolerate direct appeals to violence. But there are many cases that actually come in below that threshold, where there may be an appeal to violence, but it's indirect. Or alternatively, it may even be a metaphor. And where you see an example of this is in distinguishing between somebody who is talking about a spiritual struggle and someone who's talking about a call for jihad. And sometimes to really understand what somebody is saying, you have to understand a lot about the history and the context and that particular person. So it's not easy to draw the line and say that, okay, this is an appeal for violence and we have to stop this, or this is basically some kind of appeal to a renewed spiritual struggle and therefore it's okay. It's really genuinely challenging. So we have to, it's not just, so it's a technical challenge and it's also a legislative challenge.
All right, thank you for that, Professor, and thank you all the speakers. Jared, I'm going to turn this back over to you now.
Thank you. I appreciate everybody's contribution to this panel. That was eye-opening, and so many things to take forward and consider, especially now as we deal with a post-COVID world. I'm going to turn the floor back over to Cordell, who will transition to the next session. Thank you.
Hi, thank you very much, Jared. I do believe it is Jeffrey, if I'm not mistaken, who's up next.
Yes.
Yes.
Jeffrey, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, clearly.
Okay, so welcome to session 5. This session is on health rights and access to information, a reflection on the COVID-19 crisis. We have 2 speakers. We're going to do things a little bit differently. We're going to take a couple of questions after the first speaker because the second speaker has a longer presentation. So the first speaker is Nidhi Hedge, who is a colleague of mine here at the University of Alberta in the Department of Computing Science, and is also a fellow at the Alberta Machine Intelligence Institute. And her talk is going to be on privacy and health access and the digital transition due to the COVID-19 crisis. So I'm going to hand it over to Dr. Hedge.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Okay, I assume you're all able to see my slides here.
Yes,
so
we are. Thank you.
And I want to talk about a couple of things today: public health and private information. This becomes especially important during these times of a pandemic because there's a lot of information that's public, but it can also be private in the sense that it reveals things that people don't want to be revealed. And I'll also talk about access to healthcare under the pandemic. So the first thing I want to talk about is access to information. So during a pandemic, access to information is very essential. It gives us information on our susceptibility in terms of what areas or locations of a city to avoid, who or what type of individual is susceptible so that we can inform ourselves on how we behave. But obviously, a lot of this necessary public information can have serious privacy consequences. So while health is a private concern, in a pandemic, it can have some serious public impact. So the question then is, how can we share relevant information that's necessary in a public health scenario, yet ensure privacy? So there's some notions of privacy from AI and data mining work that we can use to help guide us here. One such concept is called K-anonymity. Now, K-anonymity came into place because of an interesting privacy breach that was discovered by Latanya Sweeney in, I believe, the late 1990s. What she found is that by linking different data sets, you're able to re-identify people that were supposedly anonymous. So what she did is she took some medical data that was released under legislation in the United States by some states and linked them with publicly available voter data and US Census summary data. And it was found that 87% of the US population could be uniquely identified with only 3 attributes: zip code, gender, and date of birth. And in fact, even worse than that, with only, if you replace the zip code with something more general like the city or municipality, you could identify up to 50% of the people. And this really comes from the fact that the number of individuals that were in this database was a lot smaller than the number of unique values that you may have for this tuple. So an individual with a given value for this tuple is probably not replicated in that database. And this is really where this problem comes from. So because of that, identifying the source of this problem, Latanya Sweeney and a colleague of hers proposed something called K-anonymity. And K-anonymity is a property of a data release such that if an individual in this data release cannot be distinguished from K-1 other individuals who are also in the data, then this data release has this K-anonymity property. So really what it means is that it allows you to hide in a crowd. So the data can still be released, but you specifically will not be identified because you're hiding in a crowd of people who are similar or like you. So making this a little bit more formal, the way to achieve K-anonymity is by two ways: generalization or suppression. Generalization is where you can bin values or replace with a range. So if you had an age column, you might replace it with a decade, like 20 to 30-year-olds, for instance. And suppression really means that you completely remove certain columns that that you can't get away with by generalizing. So one example is that, there's a lot of information being shared publicly during the pandemic, nearly every day at some point, about what type of people are testing positive or dying from the pandemic. For instance, instead of you saying that a 69-year-old male and a 70-year-old female in this particular neighborhood tested positive, you might say 2 people between the ages of 50 and 70 tested positive. So this is one way of sharing information that the public may need to know, but still doing it in a private way. Because if you were to say that this was a 69-year-old male in this neighborhood, a lot of people might know who exactly that is. But let's talk a little bit about practicality. How practically feasible is this? In fact, this becomes difficult in a pandemic because the situation is evolving. Data is being produced every day and being shared every day. The table of data is not fixed. And these sort of notions of privacy were really conceived for fixed databases. So this might be a case where a public health policy might take precedence over what is private information. Another question that's not addressed by this particular definition or many of the definitions of privacy is, what about group identification? There are times where a certain group is identified, and that can be very stigmatizing to that group. For instance, there are certain communities like the Hutterite communities in Canada that at some point were identified as having an outbreak. And this led to a lot of stigmatizing of the Hutterites. And this can be a problem. Another issue, another recent event, people working, for example, in meatpacking plants. There was once an outbreak was declared. There's a certain community that worked in these plants, and they were targeted as having behaviors that were unsanitary. So even group identification, where you think you might be able to hide in a crowd, can be problematic when this is a group that contains a lot of similar attributes. So really, there are no clear answers or guidelines on how we should proceed in such a public health scenario. So we may have policies on how to share public information about the infection rates in a public scenario, but we also want to be able to use this for research. We want to be able to use the data for instance, for predicting infection rates, for predicting areas that need more support, for predicting how to prepare for hospital and medical equipment. So one way of sharing data with such researchers might be to create synthetic data sets. As it was already mentioned earlier today, creating synthetic databases allows us to create a database that has similar statistical properties that we're looking for and yet doesn't identify any particular individual. However, this is still a very young technology, and there's much research that still is necessary. For instance, we don't know whether synthetic data sets work well in healthcare scenarios. There are very specific prescriptions, for instance, in healthcare scenarios that may get diluted if you're creating a synthetic database. Also, something to worry about is whether privacy is ensured in this synthetic database. That's not necessarily the case. Just because a database is synthetic doesn't mean it doesn't reveal privacy when you link that synthetic database to another real database that you have access to. Also, sensitive attributes may not be translated properly. For instance, maybe it's important that a particular demographic is suffering particularly under COVID-19, and creating a synthetic database might erase that fact. So there are a lot of issues to consider in sharing data in a public health scenario. The other thing I wanted to quickly discuss is access to healthcare under a pandemic such as COVID-19. Because of lockdowns and restrictions that are imposed during a pandemic, a lot of physical appointments for healthcare cannot be kept. In fact, they were severely restricted. So there has been a transition to virtual care. And this is through both audio calls and video calls. The question then is, this is a great technology to use for virtual care, but there are also compromises here, and in particular related to privacy and security. When we talk about physical visits being replaced by video calls for both physical and mental health care delivery, there might be security issues. For instance, there was, in the beginning of the pandemic, when people were using Zoom a lot, there was this idea of Zoom bombing that happened where anyone with the ID for the meeting could log into a Zoom meeting and just, eavesdrop on the video call. Some of these technologies also have transcription options. And it may not necessarily be known for everyone participating in the video call that transcription is going on, and whether the recording of the video or transcription will be stored somewhere and available somewhere. Also, as the pandemic has gone on, a lot of these providers of the tools have changed the terms and security parameters, so it can be very difficult to keep up with. In terms of privacy, when you're using a video call, the appointment takes place in the patient's home. So the camera may be capturing living conditions that the patient may not want to share. The privacy for the patient also comes in from the point of view of co-occupants in the place that they're living in. Maybe they don't want their co-occupants to know about this aspect of their lives. There are a lot of issues here in terms of accessibility. The device for connection, whether the user has access to these devices and softwares, whether there is an internet connection that is sufficient for such kind of private mental health or public health care scenarios. So really there are very few guidelines and standards with respect to privacy and security for virtual care. And in general, there are very few standards. There are actually, I think, are no standards when it comes to use of AI in a lot of virtual care with respect to privacy and security. So what I really wanted to share today was some seeds for discussion that I think we need to have when it comes to information and privacy in terms of access to public health information. In terms of access to virtual care, where privacy and security are issues that are really poorly understood, and we're not prepared very well to transition smoothly. So there is a need for not only researchers, but also policymakers, software developers to address these issues and be prepared for such what could become permanent transitions that are taking place right now. There's a trade-off that we need to discuss, and this is between essential information versus personal privacy breach. And in terms of healthcare continuity, it's between convenience for offering this healthcare and integrity of communication. So I'll stop there, and I'm happy to discuss these issues with anyone.
Okay, thank you very much. Very interesting talk. I'm going to ask Aaron or Erica to gather up one or two questions for Dr. Hedge.
Thank you, Jeffrey. And thank you, Nidhi, for the wonderful presentation. Really thought-provoking, especially in our current situation. I've got a couple of questions here, and if anybody has any questions for Nidhi's presentation, please drop them in the Zoom chat box now. But the first one is there any close collaboration between the university and local clinics on how to collect, curate, and store information that best benefits the local communities, particularly with the pandemic data?
So this really depends on the jurisdiction. So in Alberta, Alberta is one of the few provinces, I might be the only province in Canada actually, that has a sort of a centralized system of information for patient care. And so there is a lot of data available for researchers once, access controls and everything has been taken care of. But in terms of sharing with the local community, I'm not aware of any formal agreements in place. There are organizations in Alberta, like Alberta Innovates, for example, that do help researchers get access to data. And AHS, which is the Alberta Health Services that administers healthcare in Alberta, is willing to work with people for research with data. So I would say that data is available, but really to a restricted set of people for specific purposes.
Fantastic, thank you. And then you spoke about, in your presentation, you spoke about people being targeted because of perhaps being a part of a particular population group or being in a particular career. So for instance, the meat packers right in the sort of beginning of the breakout. In some countries, you've got health insurance companies and even the health departments of of the government actually sending SMSs or using mobile apps to send people notifications when someone has tested positive for COVID in your area. So in say a 2-mile radius or a 5-kilometer radius or whatever the case may be, someone has tested positive in your area. So what are your thoughts on that disclosure? Do you think it's necessary, or do you think it offers potentials for people to be targeted because perhaps somebody's neighbor says, oh, well, that's so-and-so I saw go to the hospital the other day and they must have gotten tested. They must be the one who's positive.
Yeah, I think this data can reveal a lot, right? It can reveal a lot of information about communities, about how people behave, about cultures. There are many different cultures within a community, especially in a country like Canada. And so it can lead to targeting of certain communities and cultures. So I think, having notifications that someone in this area tested positive may not be necessary. However, there are some very good apps for COVID-19 tracing that do have very good privacy policies. For example, the one that the Canadian government has endorsed, I believe it's just called the COVID-19 app, if I'm not mistaken, is very good in terms of privacy. It uses the Apple and Google framework, where random keys are exchanged between devices that are close together. And these thresholds can be set by the administrator. So if the public health policy is that, if you're within 2 meters for 15 minutes, then you have a high likelihood of being infected by someone who was tested positive. These thresholds can be set. So when someone does test positive, notifications can be sent to devices that were in a 2-meter radius for a significant amount of time, without knowing the identity of people or where they are or what their mobility patterns look like. It's really just based on sensing who's nearby and for how much time. So there are COVID tracing apps such as this one that ensure privacy and still provide valuable information. Of course, it relies on enough people using these apps for the information be useful. Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
any other questions? I think I'll then just also, like with the other speakers, just pass them on to you to answer at another time. So thank you very much for your presentation, and thanks, Jeffrey. Hand back to you.
Thank you. Yes, so our next speaker is Wendell Abel. He's a professor of mental health policy at the University of West Indies, Mona, Jamaica, and he's the project lead of the Partnership for the Promotion of Patient Rights in Maternal, Neonatal, and Infant Health. He's going to talk on promoting health rights of women in Jamaica. Over to you, Wendell.
Yes, thank you very much, and good day to everyone. So, as was mentioned, today I will be speaking to promoting health rights of women and children in Jamaica, and I'm going to share with you our experience over the past 4 years. Now, the context, and let me share with us, I mean, a lot of people probably may be aware of where Jamaica is, what it is. We are an island state situated in the Caribbean, population of about 3 million persons, classified as an upper middle income country with a long history of slavery and colonialism. And with that, at different points in our history, we've had history of human rights violation, which persists even beyond independence. Now, in terms of our major, and Jamaica, like many middle income countries, has major health challenges. And two of the major ones we had, and we've had over the years, is high maternal mortality and high infant mortality. And so as part of the Millennium Development Goals, the MDGs, Jamaica had set for itself targets to reduce maternal mortality and infant mortality, but we failed to meet these two critical developmental goals. And they're important because maternal mortality and infant mortality rates are, to a great extent, very sensitive measures of the quality of healthcare. Now, one may ask, what's the relationship to all of this and human rights? And the basic point is that many maternal and infant deaths are preventable, and that they're not only due to challenges in the health services in terms of infrastructure, quality of care, and so on, but they're due to social injustices. For example, discrimination and exclusion, and a failure, a fundamental failure to promote or protect the rights of women and children. And so I'm going to share with us a response that we developed in Jamaica to address the challenges we face in terms of maternal and child health. And this was a broad program which had several components. One component focused on improvement of the healthcare and the infrastructure and the services. Another component was targeting your clients, the general public, to promote better health-seeking behavior so that women would seek antenatal care earlier. If they have high-risk pregnancy, they would ensure that they get quality care. But the third component actually involved the promotion of patient rights. And at the onset of the program in 2016, there were some findings that were clear to us that there was a limited awareness among the public in terms of health rights. We have numerous civil society organizations, say so, in Jamaica within the health sector, but they were operating in silos. And the CSOs were not involved in health rights activism. So we started a program which is called the Partnership for the Promotion of Patient Rights. And the core focus was to promote patient rights and to involve civil society in this process so that we can have a more dynamic citizen activism in terms of patient rights, because the underlying premise is that the more citizens become involved in their healthcare and become radically involved, the more likely the system will change. Key partners in this partnership were the University of the West Indies. I worked there. And there's also another critical civil society organization, which is a Women's Outreach Center, which has been in operation for over 45 years, actively involved in community work. There's also the Ministry of Health, which was a key partner, and the European Union. Our program was actually funded by the European Union. And the objectives of this were to increase knowledge and awareness of patient rights among civil society organizations, to enhance participation of your civil society organizations in policy dialogue and the regulatory framework, and to increase awareness and involvement, of course, of the public in affirming and monitoring patient rights. And so what I'm going to share with us are some of the activities that were linked to our strategic objective. So for example, in terms of increasing the knowledge and awareness of your CSO in terms of patient rights, we did extensive training of your civil society organization around maternal and child health issues, around health rights, and did a lot of advocacy training. And we also, in so doing, we facilitated a greater level of collaboration between CSOs on human rights issues. And so very early in terms of our program, we established a civil society collaborative forum, and we're showing the first meeting or inaugural meeting in 2018. And these are members of the collaborative forum. And it's an interesting activity they did, which is each organization put together their role that they saw in this bigger puzzle that we're trying to address. This CSF, Civil Society Collaborative Forum meeting, was a symbolic milestone in the effort to increase awareness and advocacy around patient rights in Jamaica. And from 2018 onwards and beyond 2020, the CSCF will continue to play a critical role. Now, and I'm trying to, let me turn to this slide to kind of refocus the whole discussion, because the focus of our program was centered around persons being aware of your health rights. And there are many health rights that the collaborative forum identified and thought that we should focus on. And of course, information was a critical one. That in many societies like ours, middle income, low income, very often, because the health services are overwhelmed, people do not have enough time, we do not spend enough time to give people adequate information. And this was a clear focus that was emphasized. The civil society organization, wider community was saying, we have a right to information, and we're going to insist that this be respected and be promoted. And the right to information would include general information in terms of healthcare services, but also very importantly, the right to informed consent, that in many societies, people take this for granted, but in other societies, people are sometimes provided with care without being fully aware or having any say or being able to give consent to treatment. People are also clamoring for a right to information in regard to complaint system, because we recognize that there was in fact a complaint mechanism in place within the Ministry of Health and Wellness in Jamaica. And the idea, this mechanism was intended to facilitate persons lodging complaints, providing feedback, also giving people reassurance, and also to facilitate redress and to monitor the quality of healthcare. And persons were not aware of this complaint system. So very early in the day, we did extensive advocacy training, and we developed a number of manuals and toolkit. And these are copies or samples of the manual and the toolkits that we actually developed. We collaborated with a number of civil society organizations, for example, the Nursing Association of Jamaica. And we know that in many countries, nurses are a powerhouse within the health sector. They are critical and very often seen as the gatekeepers to the health services. And they were a critical stakeholder and actually a part of the consultative forum. And so this again is highlighting training session. The slides pretty much highlighting many of the training sessions that we've had over the years. The other area that we focused on was the participation of our civil society organization in policy dialogue and the regulatory mechanism. And we did extensive analysis of the policy and legislative environment relating to patient rights. And we developed a document which was prepared and disseminated. We also facilitated policy engagement between the civil society organizations and state actors. And this is a picture showing in the center, blue shirt is our Minister of Health and Wellness, who was at the launch of our health rights campaign. And it speaks to the commitment from the policymakers to the whole campaign. Other persons are members of the team and representatives from the European Union. What was also interesting is that the public defender, and it's interesting that about 20 years ago, Jamaica actually named a public defender. And this person is an advocate who reports to Parliament. And the key role of the public defender is to promote the rights of the public and the wider population. And this is our public defender who became a part of our forum from the very beginning to the end. And you'll see she's one of the earlier policymakers I've highlighted. And when we come to the end, you'll also see her as probably the last person in the process. So again, showing a training program involving the public defender, who was a critical state actor in the whole process. And beyond that, we place a lot of emphasis on public awareness and mobilization. And this involved an extensive communication campaign over the period, extensive training, which started out with face-to-face. And we did online, and then of course, when COVID became a reality, we had to switch almost exclusively online. And we also had a lot of activities that were led by the civil society organization. And this is important because what was highlighting is that the civil society organizations had now claimed this, and they have taken ownership of the whole process, and they were actually leading out on a lot of the activities. And this is showing an outdoor broadcast we had at the Transportation Center. This is a conference. We have a booth there, another conference with a booth. Again, we're highlighting the public awareness campaign with our Minister of Health. He endorsed the event and clearly endorsed the whole health rights program, which was very important. We also, as part of our communication campaign, we did a number of ran a lot of campaign in various media, print media, television, radio, etc. Certainly social media. We did extensive community campaign, which involved urban and rural communities. And this is just highlighting some of the print ads that we had developed. Again, this is another print ad. And I'm going to just show a quick clip of this television ad. It's in the local dialect, so it might not be very clear to all of us, but I'll just
Finding out you're pregnant can be scary, but it's better to seek care as early as possible. You know, say most deaths of mothers and infants are preventable. It's no factors put pregnant women and their babies at risk. So go to your health center early. You have a right to be safe with clear advice and compassionate care from medical staff. And to get health care somewhere else if you're not comfortable. You should be part of every decision about your body and baby. So finding out you're pregnant can be...
All right.
So in its continuous drive to increase awareness among Jamaicans in regards to their health rights, taking complaints and seeking redress, the partnership for the promotion of patients will launch its new campaign, Claim, Complain, and Seek Redress. So with us now to speak about the campaign is the Partnership for the Promotion of Patients' Rights Project Lead, Professor Wayne Edley, you've seen him here many times, and for Damani's, the founder of Damani's, Kristen Jane Williams. Good morning to you both. Welcome to Smile Jamaica, sir. Crystal, welcome to Smile Jamaica.
Thank you for having me. Good morning, everyone.
I know this must be tough.
So that actually was a television interview that was done, and the female who was featured was actually a female who several years ago lost her child in pregnancy, and she became an activist and joined in and became a critical part of the program. This is also highlighting women empowerment group, which we refer to as a WE group, and it's a group of inner city female who became actively involved in the program. And they did a lot of interesting things. They did a lot of activities that they led in their own community, like community walks. They issued condoms, gave talks on reproductive health rights. This is another local training activity we had, which was held in the rural area, did some amount of social distances early in the COVID period. And this training, of course, was led again by, our public defender. And these are outdoor fairs that we've done over the period. This is highlighting a rally involving community members. And I think this was done on the International Day Against Violence Against Women. Now, a critical partnership that we formed was with a support group, and it's called For the Money for Pregnancy and Infant Loss. I think there's a day, Pregnancy and Infant Loss Awareness Day. And on this International Day for Pregnancy and Infant Loss, this group For the Money, I think it's called For the Money because the money was the proposed name of a child that died at birth. So this support group was formed, and they had actually had a candle lighting ceremony in commemoration of children who have died during childbirth or early in their neonatal period or during early infancy. And as I said, this group became a critical partner in the process. And this is showing one of our support, a meeting with our support group, was a very emotional experience, but at least it highlights the support and the collaboration that's been formed among the various groups. And then in response to a request by the Collaborative Forum, we launched another campaign, which was a claim complaint and seek redress campaign. And this campaign was involved the mobilization of the community and building awareness about our complaint mechanism, claim complaint and seek redress campaign. And this was launched about 4 or 5 months ago. And so, in a nutshell, these are some of our strategic objectives and some of the activities that we have done over the period of this project. For the formal funding of the project came to an end on August 31st of this year. And one of the things that we were committed to was that with the funding, the end of the funding, we did not plan to end the program there. And it raises the issue in terms of the future and sustainability. And the University of the West Indies has now moved to form a program for the promotion of patient rights. And we will continue our collaboration with the various civil society organizations. We'll continue to work with them. A critical move that we made is that we actually signed a memorandum of understanding with the Office of Public Defender, and the Public Defender will continue to work with us in terms of promoting patient rights, especially in regards to maternal and child health. And so the struggle and the work will continue, and we're actually doing a lot of work. So it has been a pleasure today to share our experience with this group. And so in closing, I just want to say thank you. And, this is a candlelight that clearly outlines silhouette of a pregnant woman and was done by this group. And I have highlighted our website, Health Rights Jamaica. So thanks very much, everybody, for your participation.
Thank you very much, Dr. Abel. And I sincerely hope that your program, gets the ongoing support and is able to turn itself into something sustainable. So let's take a couple of questions. Erin, are you going to help us with questions?
Yes, thank you, Jeffrey. I just want to open up the questions here. For Nidia as well, if I can get a response from both of the presenters. Patient rights often include the right to privacy, but the more access that there is to the data, the better the health AI solutions. So how do you suggest, or how do you see countries and medical institutions balancing the interests between privacy and access to data to offer better healthcare? And really, should these two be competing? What are your thoughts around that question?
Who do you want to?
Well, let's start with you, sir.
Well, all right. Firstly, just to reiterate that it's important that people have access to information in regards to their health, in terms of their healthcare and so on. In terms of the question you raised, however, we're having similar discussion because we are now about to digitalize our healthcare system. And questions are being asked in terms of how do we ensure that we put mechanisms in place to protect the rights and persons' information, yes? And certainly this is an ongoing dialogue. And it has even become even more relevant in the context of the COVID crisis, where increasingly healthcare providers and services are actually switching to telemedicine and digital offerings in terms of healthcare and so on. And we're we're having the debates to ensure that systems are put in place to protect persons' personal information and to ensure confidentiality and privacy. I don't know if that adequately answers the question.
It certainly, definitely answers one point of it. And Nidia, if I could also perhaps get your opinion here as well in terms of your experience with AI.
Yeah, I think that we need a multi-pronged approach to this issue of data and privacy in healthcare. First of all, regulation, I think, is important, so that there's certain patients' rights that are adhered to. And from the research perspective, I think there's still a significant amount of research to be done. And I think, as has been said before, privacy needs to be sort of part of the foundation. It has to be in there by design, not sort of, a filter added at the end. And it really depends on the context. Like if you're looking at healthcare from sort of a population level perspective, there are certain methods of ensuring privacy, like perturbation, that may work. But if you're looking at sort of a more patient-focused level, where you're trying to maybe design precision medicine sort of problems, then a different approach might be needed. So it's really very context dependent on what kind of healthcare problem you're looking at. And there's definitely room for a lot of research in developing AI methods that have privacy in their foundation.
Great, thank you so much. And thank you to both the speakers. I think that was sort of the gist of most of the questions that were coming through. That was the main theme. So thank you very much. I'm going to throw it back to Jeffrey now to wrap up the session.
Okay, well, thank you both for a very interesting session on healthcare and information. What I'm going to do is actually transition to, because I'm also the chair of the next session, I'm going to transition to the next session, which is on young researchers' perspectives on AI for information accessibility. And what we have is we have short video presentations that were prepared by two Masters of Communication Technology students here at the University of Alberta. This is a program that is designed for mature students who have been in communications positions and want to learn about how technology is changing communication. And we had two students who had done some interesting work on AI. And so we're going to hear presentations. The first one will be from Katrina Ingram. And I actually had the good fortune of supervising her capstone project. And she's going to talk about ethically aligned AI, applying ethics in developing AI systems for healthcare. So I'm going to pass it over to her and to the video that she developed.
Artificial intelligence is increasingly part of many decisions that impact all of us, from whether we get approved for a loan, interviewed for a job, whether the police show up at our doorstep, and what kind of medical treatment we might receive. I'm Katrina Ingram, a student at the University of Alberta in the Master of Communications and Technology program. And in early 2019, I completed a project looking at ethical codes for artificial intelligence. Writing an ethical code seemed to be the first wave of response to the variety of ethical issues in AI. And in 2018 and 2019, it seemed like everyone was forming an ethics committee and writing an ethical code. And that work left me wondering, how do we get from those 30,000-foot ethical codes down to something that can actually be applied? So applied ethics became the focus of my capstone research, and I called this project Ethically Aligned AI. And I started a blog about this work last fall. For my literature review, I looked at various areas where we might find ethical issues within the development of AI. And I divided this into three big sections: data, math, and people. And while I don't have time to fully unpack these areas in detail, here's what I learned. Data is a primary input for AI, and often bias is encoded into the data. Math is not neutral, and the choices made in constructing algorithms have ethical consequences. And the people making AI, the funding, as well as the socioeconomic and political system in which it is made, also involves many ethical challenges. I decided to work on this question of applied ethics in AI within the context of healthcare, and I picked this area for a few reasons. Healthcare is this high-stakes area when it comes to the use of artificial intelligence. So there's lots of upside if we get it right, and a lot of downside if we don't. Healthcare also has a rich tradition of ethics, and in fact, many ethical codes of conduct arose from issues in medical research, such as the Nuremberg trials or the Tuskegee experiments. So there's this deep appreciation and understanding for ethics within healthcare, and I felt that might extend to the use of AI in healthcare. Here in Alberta, we're also setting the stage for AI with the implementation of Connect Care, which brings 1,300 siloed data systems into one system to advance the electronic health record. And at the national level, CFAR was rolling out its pan-Canadian AI strategy, and healthcare was the first vertical that it would focus on. Then COVID-19 hit, and all of this seemed to have gotten much more urgent, with new issues around public health surveillance. I wanted to understand how AI developers working on healthcare projects think about ethics in the context of their actual day-to-day work. I interviewed 5 AI researchers, mostly PhD students, working on healthcare-related projects, and I followed that up with a focus group to explore some tools that might be helpful to incorporate ethical practices into the development cycle. And I'll add that 4 of my 5 participants were computer science majors, and 1 was not. And that happened a little accidentally, but it became an important detail. Here are some of the findings, and in the interest of time, I'm just going to point out 3 quick highlights. First, most of the AI researchers in my study were exempted from their ethics approval process. Either someone else did this work, or because they were working with previously cleared data or public data, they did not need to go through the usual research ethics board review. Secondly, there was a disconnection from the data. Since AI researchers use secondary data sets, and these data sets are often used and reused without a lot of understanding about where the data came from, it's kind of like the data just arrives, and the people in my study were not always aware of the actual origins of their data. And this led to an abstracting away of the people who were involved in generating this healthcare data. Lastly, there's this idea of technical accuracy as an ethical duty. And all of the computer science majors were really aligned in this belief. And that also aligns with this point about deep learning being imperfect but necessary. So even though in our focus group there was a lot of concern about the fact that deep learning is not actually explainable, which can lead to ethical issues around AI making decisions, the computer science majors felt the trade-off for accuracy was worth it. And this wasn't the case for the 1 non-computer science major in my study. This is a very quick putting it in perspective slide. I think it's important not to oversell the work. So while there are a lot of interesting findings, the scope is limited and there's much room for further work. And in particular, I think there is much work to be done in the area of ethics education for computer science students, as the ones I spoke with had no formal ethics training. That's the end of the short video, but the beginning of a bunch of next steps. I'm working on an ethics toolkit, as well as launching a consultancy to help organizations navigate these issues. I'd love to connect with you, so please reach out if you're interested, and thanks for watching.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Kofi Yeboah. Also, as I mentioned, an MA in the Communications Technology program. And his talk is going to be on artificial intelligence and inclusive innovation, examining contemporary AI initiatives in sub-Saharan Africa. Take it away.
Hi everyone, my name is Kofi Yeboah. I'm a recent graduate of University of Alberta's Communications and Technology program, and I would like to make a short presentation of my research, which focused on understanding how inclusive artificial intelligence initiatives in sub-Saharan Africa are. Just to give you a quick background, there is an ongoing growth in the AI ecosystem in sub-Saharan African region. There's been a number of AI research centers being established by global tech companies, like from Google to Microsoft to IBM, and recently Facebook also opening their second office in Lagos. So there is a growing interest in the AI ecosystem in Africa, and so there is a need to address whether these initiatives that are ongoing are inclusive or not. yes, my research focused on how inclusive these initiatives are. And so the research questions that guided this study first wanted to understand to what extent are these AI initiatives inclusive? Are they inclusive by just mere of intention, or are they taking actual practical steps to involve local partners, to involve local entrepreneurs, to involve vulnerable groups, to involve lower income groups in the process of coming up with AI solutions. The second one was to understand, how can, even if they are not inclusive, how do we make them inclusive? And to actually foster local capacity to lead AI solutions or development in sub-Saharan Africa. The third one was to understand if there are existing indicators that are being developed by these global tech companies that are operating in sub-Saharan Africa in terms of inclusivity. Do they have their own internal measures? Do they use indicators as part of their measurement metrics? So the research wanted to understand that. As part of the research design, I used a theory called the inclusive innovation theory, which looks at innovation serving lower income groups and vulnerable groups. And as part of that theory, this particular ladder of inclusive innovation was quite beneficial because it helps us understand to what extent are these AI initiatives inclusive. Is it just at the inclusive level, at the intention level, or is it just at the consumption level? Or at the impact level? Even at the impact level, what is the measurement of that impact? Is it positive or negative on the lives of lower income groups? Are lower income groups part of the process when the development of AI solutions are in place? Are they part? As the initiatives that are currently in Sub-Saharan Africa on a structure that is inclusive itself? Are these companies inclusive in nature as a part of their discourse? So these were some of the things that I was looking at. My research design, obviously, I used a qualitative method. I interviewed researchers from IBM, from World Wide Organization, and from IDRC, and local AI initiatives as well based in Ghana. The findings from this exploratory research indicated there is obviously a wide gap of AI inclusion in sub-Saharan Africa. In other words, the AI solutions that are being produced do not necessarily benefit lower income groups, but tend to benefit communities that are well resourced. But this was as a result of the fact that during negotiations, especially when these global tech companies are establishing their AI research centers in sub-Saharan Africa, during such negotiations, the civil society groups that represent the interest of lower income groups are often not part of the conversation table. You don't often see them on the conversation table. It is also important to also notice that even the partnerships that are currently happening between local and global tech companies, the focus of such partnerships is on producing for the global market instead of using these AI solutions to solve local problems. The other findings proved that some of the AI initiatives, the global tech companies in Sub-Saharan Africa, do not necessarily have indicators that actually measure the inclusivity of AI solutions. Or in other words, they also do not prioritize such indicators of inclusivity as part of their impact measurement metrics. For future research, I would actually suggest that we research into a more comprehensive AI inclusive framework that can be used by global tech companies operating in developing countries or developing regions, such as Sub-Saharan Africa. The other contribution would be that there's a need to explore existing internal inclusive frameworks that some of these global AI initiatives have, so that we can know and understand to what extent are these indicators more effective. And if they are not, then we research into a more revised version of such frameworks. Thank you so much, and I look forward to hearing back from you, and I'll be happy to get in touch. Thank you.
So I'd like to thank Katrina and Kofi for great short presentations on their research, a nice way to sort of close out the day. And before I pass you over to Rachel and Cordell, I'd like to also thank the staff in the Arts Resource Center who worked so hard to set up the technology and make sure that this would go smoothly. I'm allowed to do that now that it has gone smoothly, and wish you all the best from Edmonton, Alberta. So over to you, Rachel and Cordell.
Thank you very much, Jeffrey, and we thank your two students. Those were very, very good interventions, and as Rachel observed in the chat, very good summaries of what occurred for the day. We thank the audience for staying the course. We will just have now some concluding remarks from Rachel Fisher, who is Vice Chair of the International Center for Information Ethics, a member of the IFAP Working Group on Information Accessibility, and one of the key organizers of this conference. Rachel, you have the floor.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. So greetings from South Africa. As rightly indicated by Cordell, I represent the International Center for Information Ethics. But being from South Africa, we feel called upon to represent the Global South and then to ensure that whatever it is we do gets represented on an international stage. It is very clear that with this conference, we have emphasized the notion of inclusivity coupled with diverse multi-stakeholder collaboration. From education, school-going age to lifelong learning, to policy development and implementation, but also from pluralistic approaches between civil society and tech developers, and the role of healthcare providers and ethical considerations in data collection and management, we certainly have covered a massive scope in today's conference. It is very clear in summary that artificial intelligence for information accessibility, or our acronym AI for IA, should be underscored by the IFAP priority areas and guided by the Rome-X principles. A comprehensive report will follow shortly on this conference, and it will be made available on the website. You will see the links shortly in the chat. We would also like to remind you that the International Day for Universal Access to Information events are continuing. They are not limited to today's date only. So please be sure to check in with your UNESCO National Commission and partake in other global events on this topic. Thank you for spending time with us and partaking in these discussions, and we look forward to further engagement with you.
Thank you very much, Rachel. It leaves only for me to say thanks to you, the audience, thanks to all the presenters, and then to some really extraordinary people who were not seen in person today, but certainly felt in helping to make this such a smooth exercise. For technical and other support, we're very much indebted to Claire Peters of the Arts Resource Center, University of Alberta, Jeffrey Rockwell, who you just met as a moderator, but who also is very much involved in another outstanding organization, AI for Society, which has just been great in supporting this event, and to another outstanding individual, Casey Germain of the Cool Institute for Advanced Study, who kept us focused on our direction of travel. And Jared Bilby, who wears the hat of the chair of the International Center for Information Ethics, but also one of the critical organizers. Thank you, Jared. UNESCO, we're very much indebted to Dorothy Gordon, the chair of the IFAP International Bureau and Council, to Hubert Heitzen and Al Amin Yusuf of the UNESCO Regional Office for Southern Africa, Sadia Sanchez Vegas, and Isabel Vieira Bermudez of the UNESCO Cluster Office for the Caribbean, Jaco Dutoit and Ricardo Pinto of the UNESCO CI sector at UNESCO headquarters. We thank members of the working group for information accessibility. They are from all across the world and have been very much involved in putting this together. Despite you're seeing just a few of us involved throughout the day, there are many others in the background. And to members of the organizing committee, which I've had such a pleasure chairing, Erica Simmons, the executive director at the Center for Digital Innovation at the Caribbean Maritime University, to Rachel, the vice chair of the ICIE in South Africa, Jared, the chair of the ICIE, Jeffrey, again from the Cool, wearing this time his hat as director of the Cool Institute for Advanced Study, Casey at the Cool Institute, and of course, we could not have done this without Erin Klazar, managing partner at 3 Consulting in South Africa. This has been AI for IA, Artificial Intelligence for Information Accessibility, in commemoration of the International Day for Universal Access to Information. Take care of yourselves and your loved ones. Goodbye.